Okay, we are on, so welcome to those joining us. Day 3 of this assembly, we have called the meeting to order. Microphone 4, go ahead.
Chief, good morning, Adam. Chief Wilfred King, Kiasaging, Nishnabek, Gulby First Nation. I have an emergency resolution that'd like to be added to the resolutions. It's basically the one that's going to deal with the presentation that's coming up on economic development, and it's been recommended by the committee that this resolution be entertained. It's called the Increasing First Nations Internal Capacity in the Realm of Resource Development. We have a mover, we have a seconder. It's an emergency resolution, and I'd like the Chief's indulgence to accept that as part of the resolutions package. I know yesterday you accepted one from Chief Don Miracle, so you should be able to accept one from Chief King. Miigwech. Oh, by the way, some of the chiefs had approached me and asked that we deal with the resolutions first so that we don't lose quorum. I think it's incumbent upon all of us to deal with those very important resolutions before we get to the presentations and we lose quorum. I'm asking again for that. Miigwech.
Okay, miigwech, Chief King. So 2 things. The resolution, you're presenting this as an urgent resolution or emergency resolution. Okay, I'm just checking with our staff. There actually is a requirement for being able to enter it as an emergency resolution. If it does not meet that requirement, you can present it as a late resolution, and all that requires is a motion and acceptance from the floor. So we do that. I just need some clarification whether it meets that criteria or a late resolution. Microphone 4, please.
Chief King, I guess it could be a late resolution, but it's an emergency matter.
Okay, very good. So I'll get that clarification and I'll come back to that. The other request, of course, is if we can start dealing with resolutions sooner than later. At this point, we are waiting for Ontario Regional Chief Benedict, who is currently meeting with the Knowledge Keepers Council, and we don't want to rush that. Very important that they have that opportunity here this morning. So we do have a number of other presentations for this morning before dealing with resolutions. Now here's my little conundrum right now. I have to wait until 5 after 9 for the quorum count to be able to deal with resolutions. So I need a couple of minutes before I can get to the resolutions, or the voting on the resolutions anyway. I'm just waiting for some guidance from Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat and staff on the resolution you're talking about. And if we're not sure, I'm just going to ask for a motion to entertain the resolution. So just bear with me. So Chief King, you'll need to ask for a motion if we can get you back up. I can't believe I'm asking you to come back up.
Thank you, Adam. I'd like to move that motion.
Thank you. A seconder?
And since Chief King is my twin, I'll second it.
Thank you. You guys know you'll have Chief Paywis joining you soon there. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. So here's the process. I need to read the entire resolution. Do we have a copy? So I'll get a copy. Here's the process. Unfortunately, it's a slow process because it is a late resolution. I need to read the entire resolution, ask the floor if you're willing to entertain it, and then we'll put it on the agenda. So unfortunately, I have to read the entire resolution. So it is a draft resolution. I don't know if the team is able to put it up on the screen. If you can, please proceed as soon as possible. The subject is Increasing First Nations Internal Capacity in the Realm of Resource Development. It's moved by Chief Wilfred King, Gull Bay First Nation. The seconder is Deputy Grant Chief Victor Linklater, proxy for Tequatagamo New Post. So it reads, whereas 1. First Nations have unique inherent Aboriginal and constitutionally protected treaty rights associated with the land and its resources. Many First Nations envision a future based on the economic and social benefits stemming from development in their territories, while respecting and protecting their cultural and spiritual identity. 2, as identified in sections 4 and 5 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, First Nations have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinct political, legal, economic, and social cultural institutions, while retaining their right to participate fully, if they choose, in the political, economic, social, and cultural life of the state. 3, as set out in the Chiefs of Ontario Resolution 0545, Protocol of Consultation and Accommodation, First Nation communities require funding via the Aboriginal Participation Fund to actively participate in regulatory processes relevant to the Mining Act and economic development opportunities in mineral exploration and development. First Nation communities require capacity support through the new Relationship Fund to acquire technical services to participate meaningfully in engagement and consultation with government and private sectors and lands and resource matters. 4, the announcement of the Assembly of First Nations Resolution 13-2024, support for the BC First Nations Critical Mineral Strategy, which was passed on February 24, 2024. The First Nations Critical Mineral Strategy was organized by the BC First Nations Energy and Mining Council and supported by the First Nations Leadership Council. 5, recognize the announcement of both federal and provincial programs that support programs in partnership that align with Canada and Ontario's Critical Mineral Strategy. Provincially, there is the Critical Mineral Innovation Fund, which supports projects that increase critical mineral exploration, stimulate investment in Ontario's critical mineral strategy, and supporting innovation and collaboration between industry and research and development firms in the realm of critical mineral sector. Its current focus is on electrical vehicle battery supply chain, recovery of minerals, and innovation in the realm of critical mineral recovery. 6, recognize the United States of America opportunities in the realm of creating First Nations-centric critical mineral strategies, as seen by the investment incentives set out by the American Defense Production Act 1950. The Defense Production Act has been reauthorized by the American Congress 50 times since its inception, currently running until 2025, with the goal of diversifying critical mineral supply chains. This creates an opportunity for First Nations companies. Over 100 projects through the U.S. Department of Defense can be funded through white paper submissions. First Nations approved projects could be submitted to the U.S. consulate contracts. First Nations in Canada could partner with an American First Nation to submit a proposal for a critical mineral project. Currently, this program includes Canada, US, the UK, and Australia. 7, the Aboriginal Participation Fund, which is administered through the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs, Ontario. It has 5 available streams of funding, which include advanced exploration and development support, early exploration support, education and relationship building, mineral development advisor stream, and values mapping and related projects. The need for these programs is very high in First Nations organizations for them to practice their inherent rights as keepers of the land and water, and the current allotment of $4.7 million a year is already oversubscribed. 8, the new Relationship Fund supports First Nations organizations' efforts to build consultation and engagement capacity and expertise, create jobs, development business partnerships, and improve economic opportunities. 9, the new Relationship Fund has stayed at a $14.5 million allotment annually since 2018 without any increase to reflect new monetary gains made by the government and private sector since then. 10, First Nations, and especially those surrounded by mining activities, are unable to process the load of paperwork that drops every day in their offices regarding claim staking, plans, permit documents, and engagement with different stakeholders. The Ontario leadership asked to place a moratorium on the MLAS system, which the government has refused to abide by. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to engage the province and call upon the Ministry of Mines to implement a First Nations stream in the Critical Mineral Innovation Fund for the creation of a community-based critical mineral recovery strategy and funding to acquire internal capacity proportionate to needs to practice First Nations treaty, land, and water rights. Number 2, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to engage with the province and call upon the Ministry of Mines and Ministry of Indigenous Affairs to increase the new Relationship Fund and Aboriginal Participation Fund to be proportionate to the current First Nations needs for consultation and handle workload with regards to paperwork received from government, mining proponents, and other stakeholders to address and take up the challenges faced by First Nations in this regard. Number 3, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to secure funding and to collaborate, and there's some changes here compared to the version on the screen, to collaborate on free, there's handwritten here, so bear with me, on free and informed, free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, and consultation toolkit, including letter templates for First Nations communities to use when the private sector begins resource development and without appropriate FPIC processing. This toolkit would provide supportive resources for First Nations communities to determine what FPIC means to their community and set relevant guidelines. Number 4, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Department and the Chiefs of Ontario Justice Department to collaborate in disseminating the consultation toolkit and relevant webinars to private organizations to ensure private sector is aware of COO's, Chiefs of Ontario's, consultation and accommodation policies. Number 5, require the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to report on progress in this matter to the Chiefs in Assembly as needed. So that is the resolution. It is a late resolution. In order for us to bring it forward, we do require a motion from the Assembly to accept. Now, this is not yet to accept the resolution. This is a motion to bring it to the floor. So we have a mover and a seconder. Microphone 4, go ahead.
Sure,
Yep.
I'll move it.
Oh, we have a mover and a seconder
Oh, you
already.
have it, okay, go.
Did you want to speak to it, Chief Moore
No,
of
I
Rapier?
don't, I want to speak to something else.
Okay, very good. So, there's a motion to entertain this. Any objections? Any objections? Any objections? I see none. Okay, thank you. So, we will bring this forward when we deal with resolutions once we get there. Thank you. Microphone 4.
So I'd also like to add a late resolution in regards to the Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare funding allocation resolution.
Thank you very much. Is that a late resolution or is it an emergency?
Late.
Okay. Just consult with our staff. Give me 1 second. Do we have a copy? Okay, so we will need a motion, and I don't have a copy. Unfortunately, the process, not unfortunately, but the process is I have to read the entire resolution to the floor for consideration. So we do have a mover to accept the resolution. Do I have a seconder to the motion? Do I have a seconder? Chief Thompson, thank you. Chief Thompson beat you to it, Chief Miracle. So here is the resolution you're being asked to consider. It's a long one. So I'm going to get a drink of water before we start reading it. So because you have not seen it, you don't have a hard copy, and I'm not sure if our staff can even put it up on the screen. I have to read, oh, we do have it here. Okay, still have to read the entire resolution. So it's titled Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Funding 2024. It's moved by Chief Thompson, seconded by Chief Moore Frappier. It reads, whereas chiefs in assembly have the inherent right to self-determination and jurisdiction over social services and education programs, including the right to jurisdiction over the care and education of their 0 to 12 children. Since 1989, chiefs in assembly have moved 34 resolutions regarding early learning and childcare services, programs, policy, legislation, funding, and coordination. 2, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action number 12 calls upon federal, provincial, territorial, and Aboriginal governments to develop culturally appropriate early childhood education programs for Aboriginal families. These calls to action are meant to address the ongoing impact of residential school survivors and their families. The specific call to action needs to be implemented for reconciliation in Ontario. Number 3, currently, as of 2024, First Nations have to access multiple funding pots for multiple government funders, including but not limited to Indigenous Early Learning Childcare Framework, First Nation and Inuit Childcare Initiative, Aboriginal Head Start in Urban and Northern Communities Program, Aboriginal Head Start on Reserve, the Canada-Ontario-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreements. On Reserve programs are excluded from this agreement. The Ontario Child Care and Early Years Act, and the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement. These various funding commitments result in piecemeal approaches to children and community needs and service delivery. It also results in increased administrative burden and reporting for First Nations. Number 4, systemic discrimination against First Nations in Ontario regarding early learning and childcare programs, services, funding, policy, legislation, and coordination exists and results in gaps in childhood and adolescent development. Just one example is the funding available for urban Indigenous programs operating under municipalities versus those available for on-reserve programs and services. To address the ongoing systemic discrimination for childcare and early years First Nations service delivery, First Nations in Ontario envision empowerment to fully integrate and self-determine their early years and childcare needs. 5, the First Nations Early Learning and Childcare ELCC framework was developed and supported by the First Nations in Assembly in 2017 via Assembly of First Nations Resolution 83, 2017, support for the National First Nations Early Learning and Childcare Policy Framework. The framework identifies the vision, goals, and outcomes of a First Nations ELC system with a focus on First Nations governance and control over ELCC. Number 6, in 2018, Canada invested $1.02 billion over 10 years into the Early Learning and Childcare Framework to support First Nations ELCC programs, services, and governance. In 2020, Canada invested an additional $878.5 million over 5 years. Of this funding, $481.49 million remains until the 2027-2028 fiscal year, and $234.55 million ongoing thereafter. These are national allocations available for First Nations early learning and childcare in Canada. In the 2020 Fall Economic and Budget 2021, $878.53 million over 5 years was invested in First Nations ELCC, including programs and services, major capital, repairs and renovations, and capacity building. Currently, there is $481.49 million remaining until 2027-2028, and $234.55 million ongoing. 7, Assembly of First Nations Resolution 59, 2018, First Nations Learning and Childcare Regional Funding Allocation Approach supported an interim model and mandated the NEWG to develop a First Nations ELCC funding model and called on Canada to fund this work separately from service delivery, partnerships, and governance funding. AFN Resolution 64, 2019, extension of interim funding model for First Nations early learning and childcare. AFN Resolution 20, 2020, extension of interim First Nations early learning and childcare regional funding allocation approach. And AFN Resolution 05, 2021, allocation of early learning and childcare investments in Budget 2021, supported the extension of the interim model while the AFN continued to pursue fundings to develop a new funding model with expert advice. The interim model was based on the following formula: per capita funding based on the modified Berger formula using the Indian Registration System population counts of on and off reserve children aged 0 to 6 as of December 31st, 2017, weighted for remoteness. Number 8, in November 2023, the AFN Executive Committee passed a motion that supported using the interim funding model to allocate funding to First Nations from Budget 2018's ELCC Transformative Action Fund, Budget 2021's investments into First Nations ELCC major capital, and all ongoing program funding until a new model is identified and supported by First Nations in Assembly. Number 9, in April 2023, the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy, IFSD, was contracted by the AFN to develop options for a First Nations ELCC funding model to allocate Budget 2018 and Budget 2021 funds. The IFSD proposed 8 options for the National Expert Working Group, that's NEWG, on ELCC that considered factors such as population, community size, number of First Nations, remoteness, poverty, and educational attainment. Number 10, to the date of this annual Chiefs Assembly, no funding formula has been determined by the National Expert Working Group for the remainder of the ELCC investments. NEWG will recommend a funding formula for the remaining ELCC investments from Budget 2018 and 2021. 11, the Chiefs of Ontario was informed of the regional allocation of the ELCC funding for programs and services and governance late in November 2018. At the November 2018 Special Chiefs Assembly, leadership approved Resolution 4818, National Early Learning and Childcare Regional Funding. This resolution mandated Chiefs of Ontario to secure funding factors in the national allocation that prioritized population and remoteness, and the national allocation be based on an interim basis. It further provided Chiefs of Ontario a 2% allocation for the fiscal year to coordinate and facilitate discussion with First Nation representatives from other federally funded ELCC services and programs. It further mandated Chiefs of Ontario to coordinate regional information sessions. Number 12, Chiefs of Ontario and Assembly of First Nations resolutions from 2017 and 2018 did not enable Employment and Social Development Canada to release all the funding for the 2018-2019 fiscal year. This is evidenced by Assembly of First Nations letter to Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, Honorable Jean-Yves Duclos, sent on March 18, 2019. It is further reiterated by Chiefs of Ontario's letter to Minister Duclos sent on March 19, 2019, which expressed disappointment regarding Canada's decision to reprofile $1.98 million of funding from the original $12.8 million Ontario allocation for the 2018-2019 fiscal year. 13, at the 2019 Special Chiefs Assembly, Chiefs in Assembly moved Resolution 2019-2020, Indigenous Early Learning. I'm not sure if that's a typo. Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Transformative Initiative Funding. The resolution directed Employment and Social Development Canada to release the $10.82 million ELCC funding using the Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership Funding Formula, 50% population, 40% base, and 10% remoteness. It further directed which contribution agreements will be utilized as determined by the affiliated political territorial organizations of the First Nations. The resolution continued the Chiefs of Ontario mandate, the 2020 ELCC asset mapping study, and lobbied for remoteness funding. Number 14, on February 25th, 2020, Ontario Regional Chief Archibald sent a letter to Mark Miller of Indigenous Services Canada and Ahmed Hussein of Families, Children, and Social Development, indicating that Canada should work directly with the political territorial organizations, independent and unaffiliated First Nations to develop a fair, needs-based funding formula that reflects the realities of First Nations in Ontario, including addressing remoteness and population. 15, since the 2020 Ontario Regional Chief Letter and the 2019 resolution, the First Nations political territorial organizations and unaffiliated First Nations have directed their decisions to ESDC and to Chiefs of Ontario. The ELCC representatives have confirmed for the 4 years that the status quo formula for the Chiefs and Assembly Resolution number 1419, 2019-2020 Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Transformative Initiative funding will apply. The status quo formula is the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership Funding Formula, 50% population, 40% base, and 10% remoteness. Each year, Chiefs of Ontario has coordinated meetings with the ELC representatives and the Social Sector Coordination Unit to relay a consensus decision due to the limited capacity in the sector. Number 16, on September 19th, 2023, the ELCC regional table was approved by the Chiefs of Ontario Leadership Council with a record of decision made for motion 2023-09-19.10, Early Learning and Childcare Regional Table Terms of Reference. The ELCC regional table has provided consensus that the recommendation to advance status quo will apply for the remainder of the agreement. However, Anishinaabe Nation has raised concerns for the use of the Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership Funding Formula due to its limitations in addressing the unique challenges and increased costs faced by remote communities. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs and Assembly, one, based on Ontario's allocation of the National Funding Formula, direct Employment and Social Development Canada to release and distribute the remaining fiscal years of the Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Framework funding as previously directed by Chiefs and Assembly Resolution number 1419, based on the Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership Funding Formula, 50% of the 0 to 12 on-reserve population, 40% base, 10% remoteness. Number 2, based on Ontario's allocation, agree that the Chiefs of Ontario will receive a $350,000 carve-out from the Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Framework funding to support the work of the Chiefs of Ontario Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Regional Table. This will cover technician support for travel, accommodation, and meeting expenses. It will further use the funds for a frontline worker regional conference and meetings as necessary. Finally, it will support Chiefs of Ontario capacity for policy and legal work. Number 3, direct that the Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership Funding Formula be applied to all funding sources under the Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Framework, including the capital, programs and services, leadership and governance, and transformative action funds. This formula will be applied until a needs-based allocation formula is determined or until the agreement exhausts. Number 4, acknowledge that this funding formula does not account for the high costs of service delivery in northern communities, small communities, or communities with high population. The model does not account for historical underfunding, infrastructure, human resource, or capacity funding, or the costs of language and cultural programming, and is based on an adequate population data set. Number 5, demand all provincial and federal programs that provide early learning and childcare services, programs, policy, legislation, funding, and coordination to secure funding increases and to be funded to the legal standard of substantive equality. Enabling the legal standard of substantive equality in the early learning and childcare sector will ensure that First Nations are enabled to self-determine their early years and childcare needs. Number 6, direct the Chiefs of Ontario's social sector to seek necessary funding for and to prepare a report on the systemic discrimination in the early years and childcare system for Ontario. This report will specifically examine how the legal standard of substantive equality can be enabled across the services and programs available for childcare and early years funding. So that is the resolution that is being brought forward. Again, there is a motion on the floor whether or not you wish to accept this and to deal with this resolution at this assembly. This is a motion. This is not yet a vote on accepting the resolution. I will go through the process again. Since I started reading this, I see chiefs have come in. The process for resolutions is there is a deadline to submit resolutions. If you miss the deadline, you may submit a resolution as an urgent or an emergency resolution if it meets certain criteria. Or, chiefs, this is your assembly. If you wish to entertain any late resolutions, that's your prerogative. So, this resolution is being brought forward as a late resolution. There's a mover and a seconder on a motion to accept it. If it's accepted, we'll bring it forward as part of the resolution package. Unfortunately, I had to go through that whole formality. So, we have a motion on the floor to accept. Any objections to entertaining this resolution? Any objections? Any objections? I see none. Final call, no objections? Okay. So this will be included in the, it's carried, the motion's carried. It'll be included as part of the resolution package. So thank you. In a way, I was encouraged to start dealing with resolutions immediately, so I hope there's no more late resolutions I have to spend time reading. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to introduce, turn it over to my colleague Ramon for the next presentation.
Wache, good morning. So moving on the agenda, we will be having an opening address from the new elected Ontario Regional Chief, Abraham Benedict. Please come up.
Sego, Ani, bonjour, good morning to all of you. My apologies to the Chief for being a few minutes late, and thank you to Adam for getting the Assembly going this morning. First, I want to acknowledge Chief Hill and thank her for hosting us over here in Six Nations territory for the last 3 days. Thank you for the beautiful Yamagoa, for the beautiful hospitality that we've had here. I want to acknowledge the Hondagali Dekwa, the words that become before all else that was shared with us and will continue to be shared at the end of our 3-day assembly here. I acknowledge the sacred items that we have, the drum. I want to acknowledge our elders, knowledge keepers, grandmothers, all of you, Chief, proxies, members, our youth, members of the community, and members that have come to support all of us, as well as participate in the election in which we had. I do want to say that it is with great privilege and honor that I've been bestowed the responsibility of the Ontario Regional Chief by all of you, the ceremony in which took place yesterday. Yesterday as well was part of the election process or the selection process. There was a number of ceremonies that took place as well. And I spent time this morning with our grandmothers, our elders, and our youth, talking about, reflecting upon what had happened yesterday, how the ceremonies, the protocols had taken place, and acknowledging that myself, as a Mohawk, as a Haudenosaunee, as the first time being elected as an Ontario Regional Chief. So as the Chiefs of Ontario, down for that. As the Chiefs of Ontario, as we heard yesterday, moves into celebrating 50 years as an organization that's been representing, advocating, supporting, protecting our communities and our nations in this region, the protocols that have been built upon have been built around Anishinaabe. And I'd spent lots of time this morning speaking about that and how do we chart the pathway forward, acknowledging that we will modernize, we will bring forward our processes and protocols to ensure that is reflective of Haudenosaunee protocols and teachings as well. We don't have an answer and a pathway complete forward yet, but there were processes and ceremony will be taking place in the next little while with our elders and our grandmothers, with our faith keepers and our knowledge keepers in Haudenosaunee territory to make sure that we're respecting the uniqueness that we have and that we know that there was no ill intent at any point in time as we went through the process yesterday. And so as we move forward, I spent time in the last little while telling you and talking to you about who I am, what I believe in, and what my vision is with your support in moving our region forward. I do want to acknowledge my mover and seconder from yesterday, Chief Shelley and Chief Yvette, for putting me up for the process, the selection process that took place yesterday. I do want to acknowledge my council, and as I've shared who I am, I am the Grand Chief of the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne as well, and we'll be finishing out that in 2 weeks. And I do want to thank my council, my community for their support in moving forward in this position of Ontario Regional Chief. I want to assure to all of you that I take all the responsibilities that have been bestowed upon me to heart and to the utmost respect with all of the energy that I have to continue to fulfill my duties now moving forward as the Ontario Regional Chief. And as I've explained, things that are important to me is around relationship building, whether it be with ourselves, because we are a large region, diverse, have unique and similar challenges that we need to continue to work together. And yes, there are overlaps. Yes, we have difference of opinions, but it's in how that we do that together to make sure that we are advancing our region and doing our responsibilities as keepers of our communities, as protectors, as advocators, and as elected leaders. And as well as we build relationships together with external partners, federal, provincial, and other proponents that are willing to work with us and support and see the vision in it which we see around safeguarding our community, but bringing prosperity to our communities as well. There's a lot of great things happening in each and every one of your communities. There are a lot of challenges. We want to make sure that our regional office is supporting each and every one of you, but also respecting the processes, the organizations that support us together are continued to be respected, and that we're maximizing our effectiveness and our ability to advocate, to lobby, and to advance our strategic goals and our priorities in this region. Accountability is extremely important to me as well, and this is something that I have embraced upon since I've been a community leader and even prior to that. The responsibility that we have, whether in my position as the Ontario Regional Chief, but together as elected leadership, is to be accountable. And I believe greatly in that. And we'll continue to modernize our approaches to make sure that you are aware of what we are doing and how we are doing it based on your mandates that you provide to us. And the advocacy that we need to continue to do, we need to continue to embrace. And as I've said to you in the last 2 days and in the sessions that we've had leading up to the election about advocating, lobbying, being your support to make sure that the words of your community, your nations, your languages are being heard and spoken in Ottawa and in Queen's Park. Because I know that the responsibilities that you have as community leadership is great. and that I want the Chiefs of Ontario, with all of the great staff that we have working here, to continue to support you. In an organization that has been around for a long time and has fulfilled many mandates and functions, for every great leader, there's an organization and a community supporting them. And the Chiefs of Ontario is an organization that supports all of you. And as the Ontario Regional Chief, it's important to me that we have confidence and credibility in the organization in which represents you and now in which I represent on your behalf. And we'll continue to build upon that. We'll continue to advance and make sure that as we move forward, people have the confidence and the trust in the organization of the Chiefs of Ontario. That's extremely important to me as well. I want to say that the messages before the election and after the election have all resonated with me. There's been some really key themes that I've heard before and after and continue to hear. And I know that the conversation of formulas, the conversation about mining, the North, and the Métis are some of the common threads that we have been talking about, some of them longer than others, and those threats continue to be great in so many areas. But there are opportunities. I do know that in the mining sector, every community as an autonomous nation has the ability to determine how they want to embrace or reject mining in their nations, in their territorial lands. And it is my responsibility to make sure that the Chiefs of Ontario is supporting your position, but as the regional chief, bringing you together to make sure we are having the conversation so that we have a collective in moving forward. We will not always agree, but it is about respect in how we get there. One of the things that I have shared with you and shared with the elders and shared with the youth is that the message starts from the top. While I may not be the boss, I can set an example and lead by example. And as an elected leader, it's extremely important that we lead by example. And that has always been my motto, and it will continue to be. Because how can we have people, how can I build trust with you if I don't lead by example? And one of the things that the grandmother said to me yesterday was, you've got a lot of great words. It's now time to take action. Walk the talk. And I will do that. And I will continue to do that for my mandate as long as I am your Ontario Regional Chief and as long as I have your support. The processes that we have set priorities, set mandates, set scopes, and I will respect that. And I would do what I have to do to continue to execute those decisions made by all of you in Chiefs and Assembly. A pathway forward is that I will build relationships with our organizations, our Grand Chiefs, our Chiefs, our PTOs, to make sure that myself as the Ontario Regional Chief and the Chiefs of Ontario understands and is modernizing and being strategic in how we approach our issues. Our mandates come through resolutions, and those set the pathway forward. Decisions that we make here are important to me and important to all of us at the Chiefs of Ontario, because that is what we are here, is to support each and every one of you. There is a lot of work to do, and I will rely upon each and every one of you. Every one of you have expertise in various areas, and I will need your support to advance our priorities, and so that I understand, that we understand collectively the challenges and the opportunities, but our pathway forward. Jurisdiction and sovereignty is extremely important to me, but the jurisdiction and sovereignty of the Chiefs of Ontario is what you mandated to be. The jurisdiction and sovereignty is with you and your nations. That message is loud and clear to me. I've heard over the years, Chiefs of Ontario is not a rights holder. It's an advocacy body. It's a coordinating body, and that's what we will do. But we will make sure that your jurisdiction and your sovereignty in your communities, in your nation, is respected by the federal and provincial governments. Because that is what this office of Ontario Regional Chief is for. I want to acknowledge our former Ontario Regional Chief for the hard work and dedication that he has done to advance the Chiefs of Ontario, the regional office, and the work that he has done over his term to support each and every one of you in our communities. I do want to acknowledge the other candidates for the office of Ontario Regional Chief, Chief Turtle, Dean Sayers, and Travis Bosno, all great people that have worked very hard to support our communities, their communities, our nations, our region, and I acknowledge them for putting their name forward. We're at crucial times. The world around us is changing very fast. The world in which influences our people is changing at a very fast rate. This morning, when I was talking with the elders, they were talking about the prophets, the prophecies, and how we never thought that in our lifetime we would see some of those prophecies come true. And it is no more critical now than ever that we continue to unite and we continue to support one another so that we can protect our people, protect our sacred teachings, protect our language, protect our territories. Because as much wealth and privilege that can be created, when some of those prophecies come true, it don't matter how much wealth you have. It matters about how we come together, how we can live off the land, how our language is important, how we go back to our original teachings. That will unite us, and that is where the strength is at. In closing, I want to say that over the next several months will be a learning curve for me. I know the issues, the political issues, but the Office of Ontario Regional Chief is a unique office that has many intricacies, an organization that my involvement has only been at the same as you, as community leaders and elected leadership. And it will take me some time, but I commit to you that we will continue to work hard for each and every one of you. We'll continue to advance our priorities here. We are hitting the road running. The threats from the external, the legislation, the policies are being made today that will impact us tomorrow. And we will make sure that we are doing our very best to support you, to protect you, and to ensure that our region, which they consider Ontario, is the very best that it can be, because this is a huge, diverse region. It's a beautiful region that we have here, and we need to make sure that the story is told and that those at the executive level and at the national level are reminded about that. That is my mandate and my mission to do, is make sure that I'm adequately representing all of you with honor and respect, with your full support. So with that, I want to thank you. Hope that wasn't a super long, boring speech that I warned you about yesterday. And as yesterday, as we started the process, the election process, when I met with the NAN chiefs yesterday, we gave them envelopes. And within those envelopes, my members of council were handing them out yesterday. And what I told the NAN chiefs, I said, if anything, please don't take that envelope and just throw it out, because inside there is a bookmarker. And regardless if you support me or not, I want you to make sure you take home the bookmarker that's in there. That was made by our community elders. And that is made from sweetgrass and splint, which they make baskets with. So I gift those to you. Make sure you open the envelope up and take it out. Yes, my picture's in there, which you've taken a lot of. But with that, I look forward to the conversation the rest of this morning, today, and I acknowledge all of you for being here. I know the third day is very hard when we come to these assemblies, especially after being through an election yesterday. We have come a long way, and we have a lot of great work to do. I want to say Yamago Miigwech to each and every one of you. And I look forward to continuing to advance and work for each and every one of you here at the Chiefs of Ontario. So, Yamago.
Miigwech, thank you, Ontario Regional Chief. And introducing the next agenda item would be Vera.
Buenabojo, Kinawea. 48 chiefs registered for this morning, 25 is the quorum. Our agenda asks that we're going to do the opening address by the regional chief, that there's economic development update, First Nations community building, retrofit program, and then resolutions. The chair has been approached and has we've been approached that we would skip the two presentations and go directly to resolutions. That is the request from one of the chiefs. The chair needs permission from the chiefs in assembly to forego the two presentations till later, and that we would move directly to resolutions. Chief King. Microphone 4.
Good morning, Madam Chair. First of
morning.
all, I'd like to congratulate our new Ontario Regional Chief, Abraham Benedict. I think it's really important to recognize that Abraham is the first Mohawk chief to be elected to this position in the 50-year history of this organization. So I think it's really important. It's important because he is Mohawk, and it's important because, and again, I don't want to use the word Mohawk. If he's comfortable with Haudenosaunee, I'm okay with that as well. But in any event, he's from Akwesasne, and I've been following this process for a long time. I've been chief for 20 years in this organization, coming to these assemblies, and there are 133 First Nations in Ontario, and many of them are large Anishinaabe communities, large Mushkegowuk communities. You have a lot of PTOs that have a lot of First Nations that are members of those PTOs, independents and so forth. But it shows you that this organization, it doesn't matter what political affiliation you're with, or how small your community is, or if you're only a small group from a small group of different communities, you could still win this position as the Ontario Regional Chief. And I've seen the people that supported you, and you have support from all across Ontario, which is very good. It's important that you have that support right across Ontario. But also, you won this in the Six Nations territory. And I want to thank the Mohawk people, Haudenosaunee people, for hosting us. And you've made political history here today. So I want to thank all my Mohawk friends. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief King. In order to facilitate going directly to resolutions, I need permission from the chiefs in assembly to do that. Microphone 3.
Chief Mark McCoy from Batchewana First Nation. Do you need a motion for that? Because I'll
Exactly, you got it.
on the ball this morning. I'll motion that to have the resolutions first, Miigwech.
Thank you. Microphone 4.
I'll second that motion. Chief
Thank
Mirko.
you. It's moved and seconded that the Assembly will accept the change to the resolution, to the agenda. Microphone 2. Sorry.
Miigwech, Chief Scott McLeod, Nipissing First Nation. I wouldn't be the favorite son of 4 boys if I didn't acknowledge that today my mother turns 93 years old. She's back there at home. I just want to wish her happy birthday.
Miigwech, Chief McLeod, and happy birthday. Happy birthday to your mother. Oh my God. With that, we also have that motion on the floor. It's been moved and seconded to change the agenda to go directly to resolutions. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The motion is carried. We will move then to resolutions. I'm sorry, Grand Chief. So you have the hard resolution. Adam.
Miigwech, Vera. So with that, we'll get right into resolutions. First resolution we're dealing with is resolution number 2405A. Chiefs, if you remember, this is the resolution we dealt with on day 1. There was a recommendation that we defer decision until today. So I have a copy of the resolution. I hope you all have copies. It looks like it. Just a question. The copy you have in front of you, does that reflect the changes, or is that the original? Like the copy you have, is that from the original packages? Or did you get a new one handed to you? Okay, it looks like it's the new one. Thank you, because we did make some changes. The changes are up on the screen. So I will not read the entire resolution. There were many amendments made, but what I'm going to do is just a quick refresher, just to refresh our memories. This resolution calls for a vote here in the room. There will be a vote on 5 options. There are 5 options, and I will read those options. What the resolution does is it says that we'll have the vote, and whatever the decision, this resolution endorses that decision on the vote. So what I will do when it comes time to vote is show of hands, and there were changes made. The option with the most votes would be the option that would be carried. But what I'm going to do, just to refresh everybody's memory, if I can get the resolution team to zoom in on the options, although everyone should have a copy. And just for formality, just because we're bringing this back, it is Resolution 2405A. It's titled Indigenous Health Equity Fund Allocation 2024-2025. It's moved by Chief Tim Thompson, who is here, seconded by Chief Moore Frappier, who is also here. And so the 5 options. Option 1 is the modified Berger total population. Option number 2 is the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership Funding Formula on reserve and Crown land population. Option number 3 is the modified Berger on reserve and Crown land population. Option 4, the modified Berger plus $25,000 base salary on reserve and Crown land population. And option number 5 is the modified Berger plus $50,000 base on reserve and Crown land population. The mover and the seconder are here. They've addressed the assembly. I'll open up again if there's any more comments. Microphone 4, please.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiasazagi, Schnebek, Colby First Nation. Adam, there was an email sent to me the other day about the numbers. Some of the chiefs are saying that they didn't get the email. Did everybody get that information that was required before they go to the vote?
Just to clarify, when was the email?
A couple days ago. I
Like
got it from
after we had the discussion?
after we had the discussion.
Okay.
I got an email. I'm trying to find it, but some of the chiefs here said they didn't get the email.
Okay, just to clarify, who sent the email? Chief King? I'll give it to, you're okay?
Sorry, Adam?
You're okay?
I'm okay.
Okay,
I
I'll
don't
give
know
it to
about the
Megan
rest of the
to
chiefs are
clarify.
okay. Nah.
So what had happened after the discussion on Tuesday was that the PTOs were to go into their caucuses, and then we rounded up the numbers based on PTO. If you're not part of a PTO, we sent it to you directly, but your PTO should have got your numbers, and we're supposed to send those to you. So if you still haven't gotten yours, you can come see me. I have everybody's numbers, but yeah, that was, my understanding is that we were going through the PTOs to kind of distribute those numbers to you.
So just to repeat, we had the discussion on day one. The numbers were emailed to the PTOs or independent First Nations, and you just refreshed my memory. We came back after lunch, and we were told that the emails were sent towards the tail end of those caucus sessions during the lunch hour. So that's what happened. The PTO should have them, and they will disperse to the First Nations, or the independent First Nations should have them. Microphone 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Congratulations, Abram Benedict, for your election yesterday. Larry Salt, Mississauga to the Credit Proxy. A couple of questions, Mr. Chairman, for us. Number one, as many of you know, we were separated from our original PTO 10 years ago, and we've recently rejoined the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians. And one of the big questions that we have is, I understood on a couple days ago when we were discussing this, that the unaffiliated First Nations basically are already decided. And I don't know how many unaffiliated First Nations there is, but someone decided, and I'm not sure what that process is, on allocation for the unaffiliated already. So I understood that because Mississaugas of the Credit was an unaffiliated, somebody made a decision. At least this Chief and Council don't know how that happened. But as of today, before this resolution goes to the floor for a vote, we are now in a PTO. So whether that's saving grace for us or not, I'm not sure. What maybe we can get an explanation on sort of the dilemma that Mississaugas of the Credit is in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Larry.
Hello. Just to clarify, there has been no decision made that I'm aware of where unaffiliated have decided on a allocation, or anyone has. The only thing that we've gotten was, or we were CC'd, was on a letter from AIAI to ISK stating that they wanted their portion direct to community allocation. Other than that, no decision was made or no statement was put forward, other than we told ISK that we heard loud and clear from communities that it had to go to the communities, and we are here today to decide how that will be distributed. So there was nothing ever that we got or said that unaffiliateds decided they were going to do this or anything like that. Just the one letter that AIAI sent out that we were CC'd on. Other than that, nothing else. So, okay, thank you.
Miigwech, microphone 2.
Good morning. I also want to congratulate Abraham Benedict for our new regional chief. I know this is his first day, and let's not give him too much of a hard time. And anyways, I received an email from Chiefs of Ontario. I represent Windigo. I represent Whitewater Lake First Nations. They're a landless band, and they told me the only option that's favorable to Whitewater First Nation is the option 2, the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership Funding Formula. And that's the only one that I know of that our First Nations in the Chiefs of Assembly have adopted, as a formula they would use from our side, from the First Nations side, directed formula. The others, the Berger and all those other ones, are all modified Berger, which I don't know who developed those, but I know we were not involved in developing those because that's quite a while back. So that's the only one that I would be able to favor to is the number 2 is the our one that we developed as First Nations for the Ontario First Nations Limited Partnership formula that was adopted and accepted at that time. I don't know what process is going to be used to select the options in relation to that, but that's the only one that I see that, you know, that would favor my First Nation that I represent in this forum. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you, Frank. So just to clarify, once we pass the resolution, I'll call for a vote on the resolution, and then we will vote on the 5 options. I'll go through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, show of hands, and whichever option has the most hands, that's the one that's accepted. That's the process? Okay. Microphone 4 and then 3. Chief King.
I think the chief was ahead of me.
Okay, thank you, Chief King.
Chief Rock, Wanapay First Nation. I just have a concern about the numbers because this report came out in 2021 and our numbers are 210 members lower than what they're basing the formula on. So I just want to put that on record.
Hi, Chief. So yeah, that decision was made by ISK, not us, to decide on what number population to use. We did have a lot of pushback from leadership at all of the information sessions that ISK was there, that they should be looking at current numbers and trying to work, you know, with what, because a lot of communities have grown and some have, you know, decreased. So they did make a big push for that, but ISK has remained firm in using the population numbers from 2021 to determine the allocations.
Microphone 4.
Chief King, Kiasagi, and Anishinaabe, Gulby First Nation. I looked at my numbers and options, Adam, and there's a $50,000 differential from the best option to the worst option. So it's evident that I'd be voting for one option over the other. So I don't know if everybody's got their numbers or they're just going to vote any way they want. I think that it's incumbent upon all of us to know what your number is, and you want to be generous like my friend here beside me. Chief King, thank you.
You get back to microphone 4.
The national pot of funds were based on the 2021 on-reserve population. Is that correct, Toby? It's just on-reserve population. That's what created the big pot of money. And so really the only proper way to distribute that is based on the on-reserve population. And that would be the formula going forward. That's what I would support. If that, and I know the large First Nations have to give up hundreds of thousands of dollars to accept a different formula. In my community, it's almost $700,000 is what that number would be. And I know we're going to get bogged down in it, so I would say the second choice would be the open LP formula, rather than have the whole assembly bogged down and only for 1 year while there's a fairer process and study undertaken.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, that is correct. The numbers were based on the 2021 on-reserve population. That was also a contentious point in the information sessions with ISK by leadership, because we do know that a lot of our people come home to access services. They don't necessarily access them when they don't live on territory. So that was a big push point for leadership. And again, ISK was not really prepared to entertain that. And yeah, these are just for the 1 year and to give us time to come back and have more thorough discussions to see how leadership wishes to proceed with this for the remaining 9 fiscal years after this one. Thank you.
Miigwech. So I don't see any.
Sorry, I do just want to add one thing. We did send out an email from Chiefs of Ontario yesterday morning, I believe, of a quick analysis of the different funding formulas and which one would kind of get the most communities the highest amount. So we did send that out from the coup leadership email address yesterday morning. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is still open. I don't want to rush, but we do have a lot of resolutions to deal with. Okay, so with that, the resolution is on the floor. I don't see any more speakers. Yeah. Okay, Grand Chief Fiddler, I'll get you to. There's the question we're dealing with right now is the options that are listed on the screen right now should be the same options that is on your draft resolution in front of you. And we want to clarify that that's the same as the options that were listed on day one. We're just taking a second here to clarify. We want to make sure if there were any changes that we're all aware. So I'm just looking up at the screen. There's 5 options. We want to make sure that they're the same as the 5 options or in the same order as day one.
My apologies, everyone. So the Grand Chiefs got their tables of Excel numbers and they weren't in the exact same order. So the numbers were all the same and there was the tabs at the top, but some of them, it was a little bit misleading and there's a little bit of confusion now around the different options. So my apologies for that and ensuring that the table that was sent out, it still has the numbers, but yeah, I'll leave it to Grand Chief Fiddler to discuss the change, I guess, in the discussion they had at NAN, just between option 2 and 3. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. So.
All right, I'm confused. Morning, Chiefs. So we've been meeting and caucusing with our leadership since Tuesday, when this was first raised on the floor. And the briefings we've done, including the briefing note we sent to our leadership yesterday, is based on the chart that we received on Tuesday, and the options are outlined as per the way that chart is laid out. So, so for example, the total population, that's option 1, and then MBF, that's the modified, I call it the modified burger, but I think it's Berger, is 2, and the OFNLP is 3. So we've been using 3 as the, so that's why when I read that chart this morning, it didn't match with the chart that we've been working with.
And yeah, my apologies about that. We got those numbers from ISC and we're just trying to get them out as soon as possible. And that was an oversight on my part, not ensuring that the chart and the options in the resolution lined up. We were just concerned with making sure people got numbers and forgot to make that oversight. So we have my sincere apologies about that. And we will do better, Grand Chief Fiddler. I am sorry about that.
So just to clarify, any confusion, there is some confusion right now. One of the caucus sessions that met, and there were a number of caucus sessions immediately after we dealt with this on the morning of day one. There were caucus sessions to look at these options. What I'm hearing is that at the Leadership Council level, there was a document and the formatting was different. So the option numbering may have been different by the Leadership Council, the deputy or the Grand Chiefs. And when they went to caucus, they were looking at different numbers. So what I'm hearing is Grand Chief for NAN, they were in different order. So you had a caucus session. What I'm hearing from Nan is you had a caucus session. Unfortunately, the order was different. And so it's important that you look not at the number, but at what it's saying. So I think that's what I'm hearing. Is that, I hope I'm not muddying the waters here. Okay, the numbers are the same, it's the order that's different, is what I'm hearing. Okay, microphone 4.
So the amount that's going to each of the communities under those formulas is not going to change based on that order issue.
No.
What I would suggest to move this along, why don't we just have a show of hands under option 1? If the chiefs support that, then count that number, go to the open LP formula. This will hurry it along until we don't get bogged down.
Okay, so the request is get an informal show of hands. Now, we're dealing with the resolution first. First step is pass the resolution, and once the resolution is passed, the Assembly agrees to go with the vote that we will have. So let's deal with the first issue first, which is the resolution. Chief King.
All question on the resolution.
Okay, question's been called. We've had a lot of debate. No other questions. So with that, resolution is before you. Any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition? I see none. Abstentions? I see none. All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. So resolution is carried. The next step is the internal vote. So again, there are 5 options. And I want to make sure I clarify the recommendation. We're going to the vote now. There was a request for a show of hands on a certain option. I think what we will do is I will go to all 5 options. So I'm going to ask for option 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and ask for a raise of hands at that time. So I'm going to need our directors that are doing the count to assist in the count. The options? Yeah, can we have the resolution up on the screen, please, with the options? Zoom in on the 5 options. Just so there's some clarity. We can zoom in, put up the resolution, please, and zoom in on the 5 options. So there we go. And then the next step is to zoom in, just so we're clear. Hopefully you can see that. Anybody have a problem not seeing it? You have a copy in front of you as well. Okay. Option 1. Those in favor of option 1, raise your hand. Leave your hands raised, please. Option 1. Leave your hands raised. Okay, thank you. You can lower your hands. Did you get way in the back? Okay, I'm sorry, folks. Delegates, please raise your hand again. If you are in the back, stand up, please. If you are in the back, please stand up so that we can make sure we have the right numbers. Thank you. Lower your hands. Did you get? You got this one? Okay. Lower your hands. Option 2. Those in favor of option 2, raise your hand. If you are in the back, please stand up so we can see. And make sure Frank only raises one hand. Keep your hands raised, please. We're confirming the count. Keep your hands raised for option number 2. Keep your hands raised. Okay, you can lower your hands. All set for the next option? Okay, option number 3. Those in favor of option number 3, raise your hands. Raise your hand, just one. Option 3. Chief McLeod has all his cousins included. Okay. All right, lower your hands. Option 4. Those in favor of option 4, raise your hand. Option 4. All right, lower your hands if you've raised them. Option number 5. Those in favor of option number 5, raise your hand. Okay, thank you. We're just going to tally or get the results, and I'll announce the results. Again, the resolution's already carried. We will, the Assembly, Chiefs in Assembly has endorsed this vote here. So option number 1 had 12, option number 2 had 44, option number 3 had 2. Nothing for option 3, or sorry, for 4 and 5. So it is option number 2, correct? Option number 2, that's the option that, option number 2, not 3. Just a reminder, because it was stated here, this is just for 1 year. Chiefs of Ontario will take time, and decision will be made by the Assembly for future years. So, miigwech, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Ramon, my colleague, for the next resolution. Miigwech.
Okay, I'll be going over Resolution 2406A. Does everyone have a copy of that? Okay. Are the mover Chief Sherry Lynn Hill and seconder Chief Kelly LaRocca in the room? Okay. So I'll go over, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, oh, I'm skipping a part. Let me read it. It's okay, so Kelly's not here. Chief, have microphone 4, please.
Just a point of order on the previous motion, do we not have to vote on that? Just strike out the other options and leave option 2 in that? We're voting on this resolution with the option 2 being the formula. Do we need, we need to accept there's other conditions to 2405?
No.
We don't?
So, Chief, we voted to accept the resolution, so the resolution passed, which authorized the vote. So then we proceeded to the vote, and the OFNLP won. So that will be appendixed to the initial resolution.
So items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are carried then? That's in this resolution?
No, so the vote was to approve the resolution. Once the resolution passed, it authorized a secondary vote, which is what we did when I walked around counting the hands.
Because I want to make sure that the MEDI funds are frozen, and that's in this resolution.
That was passed. That was passed.
Okay, good.
Okay, so we'll go back to Resolution 2406A. Mover, Chief Sherry Lynn Hill.
Yep.
And microphone 2, please.
Scano, Chief Sherry Lynn Hill from Six Nations. And yes, Chief Kelly LaRocca, Mississaugas of Scugog Island, isn't here, but, oh. You're gonna, a second. Oh, are you? Okay, she just said to find somebody, but sure. Can you
Please
to the
come
mic,
to the
please?
microphone, proxy.
Yeah. We don't need you, Chief Ardon. We're good, I guess. Yeah. Can you say your name?
Microphone for your name, please.
Jeff Forbes, proxy for Chief LaRocca. Scugog First Nation. Forbes.
So we do have mover and seconder here. So I'll go over the resolution. Subject, restoring the municipal property tax exemption. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, call on the province of Ontario to restore the pre-1998 provision in law to exempt First Nation lands from municipal property taxation. 2, direct the Chiefs of Ontario to advance this initiative through bilateral work with Ontario. 3, direct the Chiefs Committee on Economic Development to report back on progress at the 2025 Annual Chiefs Assembly. And 4, this resolution is without prejudice to any initiatives or work being done on First Nations on this issue and to the inherent rights of all First Nations in Ontario. Okay, so I'd like to ask the mover, microphone 2, please, on their thoughts.
Yep, I have an amendment too for whereas, for number 6, to add a number 6. Our inherent rights to our lands, property, and self-government are at the heart of true reconciliation as reflected in Article 3, 4, and 26 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. To add that to it. Articles 3, 4, and 26. Yes. Also, Six Nations of the Grand River is proposing this resolution with a goal to restore municipal tax exemption on any property held in trust for a band or body of Indians. For further clarification, to restore First Nations from having to pay property taxes on lands and property that we own off reserve. Prior to 1997, the Assessment Act in Ontario exempted any property held in trust for a band or body of Indians from being liable to assessment and taxation. Under that exemption, a First Nation could acquire land off reserve and not pay property taxes on it to the municipality or county in which it was located. At the same time, Six Nations had at least one property in the nearby municipality that had not been added to reserve, in which we were not exempted to pay property taxes on. But in 1997, the Government of Ontario changed the law and removed that exemption. However, property is exempt from assessment and taxation if it's owned by Canada, a province, or municipality, but not of First Nations, setting a double standard. A property is exempt from assessment or taxation if it's a cemetery, battle site, or an airport. A property is exempt from assessment or taxation if it is used for certain charitable bodies, a college, or universities. A property is even exempt from assessment of taxation if it is occupied by an amusement park, rides. But again, in 1997, lands intended for addition to First Nations jurisdiction were removed from this list. We all know the addition to reserve process is lengthy and comes with much imposition and constraints on the Indian Act. The solution, at least in some situations, and for some First Nations that chose to go this route, is to restore the exemption for First Nations held lands that we can choose how best to put our sovereignty at the service to our community. We do anticipate that municipalities will object, as we understand that a portion of property taxes are used to provide maintained services. We also know that land can rise in value, which directly translates to higher municipality property taxes. But even if a municipality wanted to exempt us from assessment and taxation, Ontario law no longer permits that exemption. It's time to restore the Ontario property tax exemption for legitimate First Nations jurisdiction in Ontario. Now,
English, for the record, this will be amendment that needs to be highlighted, and I'll just read over it. 6, our inherent rights to lands, property, and self-governance are at the heart of true reconciliation, as reflected in Articles 3, 4, and 26 of UNDRIP. So I'd like to ask the seconder if they approve of this.
I approve of.
Microphone 4, please.
I approve. Miigwech.
Any other comments from the seconder?
Nah, Chief pretty hit the nail on the head there. Miigwech.
So any additional comments from the floor? Microphone 4, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Peter Collins, I'm proxy for Fort William First Nation. You know, since 1998, Fort William, when we acquired our land back, land that we never relinquished our authority on or given any governing policies that give a municipality the power or power to taxation our land. So we've been fighting that battle for quite some time. I know former Chief Hill, Ava, her and I met with Stephen Clark in around 2018, 2019 to lift the taxing authority that's imposed upon our community. In 1999, Fort William started developing land-borrowed industry into that community, into our land, and we had to pay the municipality $4 million in tax. And they still think that we owe them $8+ million yet today. But we said, take us to court, we'll see where it goes. They did take us to, they started a legal action against us, but they withdrew because they knew they weren't going to win. The problem the municipalities have today, they don't have the authority to lift the taxation. So it has to come from the province. So I'm asking the mover and the seconder to have Ontario, let's think about it, release the municipality of their taxing authority on First Nation lands.
Miigwech for those comments. Microphone 2, please.
yes, that's fine. That's what it will do. The resolution. Yes. Is he good?
Microphone 4, does that require a change to the resolution?
Do you want it written, right?
Just a friendly amendment
Yeah.
to, you know, instruct the municipalities that they no longer have taxing authority on First Nation land. And one of the things that we've addressed with the municipality, hey, it's land that rightfully belongs to us. It was stolen in 1905 with the help of the municipality at that time. And I think what the province has a struggle with, they're scared to set precedents. And I informed them that it's land that still belongs to Fort William today. We've never relinquished that land. There's no order in council from our community. So it's still land that's under our umbrella. So why are we paying tax?
Okay.
Okay.
Does that look good?
So acknowledging that amendment, I will read over it. So 5, instruct municipalities that they can no longer tax First Nation lands. And is that what you want, Chief?
That's good.
Please come back to the microphone.
Oh, I'm good.
I'm not the
Proxy,
chief
pretty
anymore, but
close.
I'm a proxy, so that's exactly what I'm looking for. I think it'll help other communities around the region that are struggling with the same issue. And I understand that it's going on in Chief Hill's territory too, because they think they have the right to tax our land. We've never, ever relinquished our land. And that's an important message that they need to understand.
Okay, so that will need to be highlighted on the resolution. And mover and seconder, please come to the microphone and say if you're okay with that, or nod. Okay. Microphone 2, please.
Yes, that's good.
Microphone 4.
Yes.
Okay, so that will be added. Any additional comments on microphone 2?
Yes. So one of the issues that that we're faced with, and this was talked about yesterday, is the ATR process. And years ago, at Nipissing, we surrendered land to be sold quickly to reverse our decision and say, no, we want to keep our lands, but that land was set aside in unsold surrendered lands. It took the government 8 days to take the land away from us, and it's been over 35 years to try and get the land back. In that time, we've also got into agreements, land settlement agreements from land claim, from boundary claims, where there were provisions in there for us to buy back land, and they would go into the ATR process and back into reserve status for our First Nation. The problem is the ATR process. And really, the technicality is that these are still taxable lands. So for years now, we've been unable to utilize these lands to the fullest capacity because of that taxation issue that looms over the uncertainty of our unsold surrendered lands, our fee simple lands that we purchased back that are in the ATR process. So I would like a friendly amendment to include all lands that are in the ATR process to be exempt from any taxes. In most cases, they're not being taxed. However, we need some certainty when doing business with investors to ensure, or even our own people to set up their businesses on these lands that are ours, and have some certainty that they will not be taxed on those lands because of a technicality. So I would like to include all lands that are in the ATR process. Miigwech.
So going over that amendment, I'll read it over. Number 3, ensure that the lands are currently in the additions to reserve process are not taxed.
Good? Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
That's what you want? Okay. Chief McLeod, is that correct? Okay. And number 3.
Yes.
Is that okay with the mover and seconder?
Yes.
Okay. So that will need to be highlighted and that will be added to the resolution. At the comments at microphone 4, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Joe Muskoka, Chippewa Thames First Nation. First of all, I pay respects to our medicines and to our elders, and congratulations to the newly elected Ontario Regional Chief. I rise in support of this resolution, but I think we have to look at it from a bigger scale. This is one part of 3. The taxation issue is accompanied with ATR, as Chief McLeod spoke to, but it's also embodied within the spec claim review. And while you're able to negotiate spec claim and perhaps purchase it back, we're buying our own stolen land back. It's like somebody steals your car and then the police recover it, and now you got to pay the thief to get your car back. Where's the logic there? Taxation on top of that only adds insult to injury. We are currently negotiating 3,120 acres at Chippewa Thames First Nation that was illegally stolen from us in 1840. So for 130 or 20-some years, 16 years, there's you know, the municipalities have been collecting hostage fees from us. And then Canada is going to take another 25 years
at the current rate to get the land back, and then we have to continue to pay the hostage fee to them without any services. So I think when this resolution is being looked at by the technicians, you have to look at as a bundle and not as a singular issue. You can segment that singular issue, and I'm prepared to support that, but on the other side, it has repercussions and impacts on the federal side. So let's not just look at what the spec claim actually produces in terms of additions to reserve, and then comes out in terms of taxation on property. And if you really want to get aggressive, ORC, I suggest you approach the Ontario government and that all land claim areas that taxation is being collected on be returned to the First Nation. Miigwech.
Miigwech for those comments. Microphone forward, please.
One of the issues that will come up in this whole property taxation issue is the issue of fee simple title competing with treaty title. That would apply to Mohawks, the Bay-Quinte, and Six Nations. We have a treaty for our land because of our service to the Crown at wartime. So a case went before the Land Tribunal where those two issues were in competition. There was a settlement reached. We bought the land to instead of going through the whole expensive trial process with that. The municipalities are going to fight against this because a lot of those smaller municipalities are cash starved. They're cash starved. They want more money. They don't care about our rights. All they care about is having enough money to pay their bills. But most of the services that municipalities provide are done through a municipal type service agreement and not through property taxation. So if they're not providing any services, they shouldn't be collecting any taxes. So if they are, then the MTA agreement, the negotiated agreement, is the way to deal with that, because some municipalities provide water and sewer and fire protection to the community. And I think that, I'd ask that this resolution also include a clause that any property taxes already paid be refunded back to the First Nation.
So you're requesting an amendment?
An amendment that any property taxes already paid previously from 1998 onward be refunded to the First Nation.
Okay. So I'll go over that. Number 4, I'll wait until it's typed out. Require that any property taxes previously paid since 1998 be refunded to the First Nation. So is that good? Okay. Moving microphone 2, is that good? And proxy at microphone 4. Oh yes, sir, I heard. Okay. Microphone 4, is that good with you?
Yes.
Okay. Then that will be highlighted and added to the resolution. At microphone 4, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I argue on different circumstances on behalf of the community of Fort William. And it's land that we have never relinquished our rights on. It's still under Fort William First Nation reserve status. We've never relinquished that. And fee simple land and First Nation land are a couple of different scenarios. You know, in 1905, they took 1,600 acres of land off of Fort William. In 1998, they returned the land back to Fort William. Here's your land back. You gotta give us the $10. Okay, we give them the $10. And from that point, we started developing that land. We started looking at a project, a major development on a parcel of land, 65 acres. Took us 10.5 years to go through their bureaucratic bullshit and their environmental policies and the environmental contamination that we never contaminated that land. It was industry that contaminated that land, and we had to do the cleanup. You know, when we still have another 1,500 and some odd acres to go through the ATR bullshit too. I disagree to that. I did disagree to it in 1998 when I was first elected to chief and the land was returned back to Fort William. Why should we go to an ATR process asking for land that's still under our status? And Chief Miracle just touched base on municipality. The municipality in the city of Thunder Bay want to relinquish their authority on our land, but they're ceded by the province of Ontario. And that's where their mandate comes and the taxing authority comes from. So it's so imperative that we have Ontario come to the table and have that discussion.
We watch for those comments. So, any extra questions? I see none. Okay. So, I'll do a call to question. All in favor? Okay. Miigwech. Any objections? Or opposed? I see none. Any abstentions? Okay, I see none. So this resolution is carried. Okay, so we'll be moving on to the next resolution, 2407A. The subject is the continuation of coup withdrawal from AFN committees on education. And the mover is Chief Shelley Moore Frappier, and the seconder is Chief Keith Knott. Are they both in the room? Please approach the microphone, mover. Oh, okay. Actually, microphone forward, please.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get to you in a second. So I went over the subject, so I'll read, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, 1, remain formally withdrawn from the AFN Chiefs Committee on Education and the National Indian Education Council. 2, inform the federal government that they must inform First Nations in Ontario directly of all national matters related to First Nations education. 3, inform the federal government that they must engage and consult directly with First Nations in Ontario on all national matters related to the First Nations education. 4, stress to the federal government that the urgency of establishing and providing the required financial resources for the Ontario Bilateral Education and Learning Table, supported by the Chiefs of Assembly through Resolution 2315S from Ontario Bilateral Education and Learning Table. And 5, acknowledge that this resolution and its associated processes and recommendations are without prejudice to any First Nations participating in any education initiative or structure with the federal and/or provincial governments, including any of our political organizations and independent of unaffiliated First Nations, and is without prejudice to the inherent and treaty rights of all First Nations in Ontario. So now I'd like to ask for comments from the mover and seconder.
Chief Shelley Moore Frappier, Temagami First Nation, and I'm moving this resolution. So the coup education sector has not participated at the AFN Technical Committee on Education or the AFN Chiefs Committee on Education since notifying the AFN on our withdrawal in November of 2020 because decisions were made that resulted in significant funding cuts to the Ontario region across several programs, resulting in a loss of millions of dollars for First Nations in Ontario students and schools. We did try to reconcile with the AFN and reaching out to no avail. There hasn't been any mutual trying to move forward with the AFN. So as early as this Friday, we just got notice that the government is coming forward to start that bilateral process. So we are asking then to move keep on in this direction because we've exhausted that relationship or trying to reconcile that relationship with AFN. So.
Okay, Miigwech. Microphone 3, please.
Chief Keith Knott, Curve Lake First Nation. I'd just like to follow up on the notes that I received this morning. These comments further support the mover, Chief Shelley Moore, has been shared, I guess been shared with everybody. The relationship with AFN continues to leave First Nations in Ontario vulnerable to funding and programming cuts with the current structure of their terms of reference. The Chiefs of Ontario have worked since they withdrew from the AFN's Committee on Education in 2020 in good faith, hope, and reasonable suggestions to the way they operate can be revised so it is more equitable and fair for all First Nations, not just the Ontario region. The terms of reference for the AFN Education Committee continue to avoid transparency, remove opportunities for conflict of interest, and continue to embrace colonial principles of voting over, making the effort to do whatever it takes to build consensus among First Nations. This is a contradictory in a way that COO education sector and the terms of reference focus on as consensus building and a key principle of how we navigate areas with First Nations in Ontario on important matters in education. Unfortunately, this current AFN structure will continue to be disadvantageous to First Nations students, schools, programs across Ontario. We should not compromise returning to the national table on education for any reason at the expense of our students. The AFN continues to cater to and leave mechanisms in place for the most vocal regions to impose the best interests of their specific regions over the greater good of all regions. This resolution calls for the Chiefs of Ontario to continue to remain formally withdrawn from the AFN Committee on Education. Inform the federal government they must keep First Nations in Ontario appraised of all education matters related to education, and for them to engage, consult, and provide the necessary financial resources to support Resolution 2315S, passed by the Chiefs in Assembly in November 2023, so that Ontario can have a direct bilateral table on education and leaving for all matters brought and learning, all matters brought to the AFN. Unfortunately, it is not beneficial for First Nations in Ontario to rejoin the AFN's Committee on Education. And basically, we're following up on that resolution that was passed. So those are the comments that I have on Miigwech.
Miigwech for those comments. Any additional comments from the floor? Microphone 4, please, Chief Mirko.
I'll call question.
Thank you, but I'll allow another opportunity. Okay, question is called. All in favor? Okay. Any opposed or objections? Okay. Any abstentions? Okay, resolution is carried. Miigwech, and I'll ask my colleague Vera to do the next.
So Resolution 2408A, holding Canada to its policing promises. It's moved by Chief Tainer Simpson. Tainer in the room. And it's seconded by Chief Laurie Carr in the room. There are a number of whereases. And therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, call on the Government of Canada to ensure its pending First Nation policing legislation will guarantee funding that is consistent with the essential service status, including the funding necessary to achieve equitable policing outcomes, meet each First Nation's policing needs, and enable policing rooted in each First Nation's culture and traditions. B, ensure that all First Nations policing is funded and treated as an essential service regardless of the policing model. Recognize and affirm First Nations' inherent jurisdiction to pass policing laws. D, apply only to First Nations that opt in. E, be developed with First Nations and shared in draft form with First Nations for input and approval. F, be passed and brought into force before the next federal election. And G, carefully consider and respect all recommendations and requests of First Nations leadership in Ontario. 2, call on Canada to fully fund, at parity with other community police services in Canada, any First Nations seeking to obtain First Nations policing, and to end the moratorium on entry into First Nations and Inuit policing program. 3, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat and Ontario Regional Chief to advocate for these outcomes. 4, confirm that all of the above is without prejudice to any initiatives or work being undertaken by First Nations organizations, or First Nations police services on these issues or related issues, and to the inherent and treaty rights of all First Nations in Ontario. That is the resolution. Would the mover and or seconder like to speak to the resolution? Microphone 4.
Yes, hello. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate the new Ontario Regional Chief Benedict. Congratulations on your election yesterday. I'm Chief Tainer Simpson of Alderville First Nation. I'm happy to bring forward this resolution and move it. For some reason, Canada doesn't recognize policing for First Nations as an essential service. Despite the obvious need, Canada has not expanded the First Nations and Inuit policing program. Alderville has been waiting for these promises to become a reality. A few years back, we started taking a more assertive approach. We have been pushing both the federal and provincial governments for anything that represents adequate policing services for our First Nation. We're not being picky. We will take any policing model that is capable of enforcing our First Nations laws. We keep hearing that we missed the boat for various policing services unique to First Nations communities. Back in the day when these were on the table, the government, our First Nations government of the day, didn't feel the need to have a policing model in place. We were happy with the OPP services of the day. But since then, Alderville's grown up. We've had a lot of businesses. Our economy's booming, but we also have a lot of problems that come with a bigger community. And now we've been left in the dark without policing services that we can now to enforce the laws. We've got a lot of laws on coming down the pipe that we're not able to enforce. So we're like, what's the point of putting out laws when the police have said that they're not going to enforce those laws? So for us, this means we're unable to enforce any bylaw designed to protect our community. So we're asking for equitable funding and enforcement of our public safety laws. We are the only communities in Canada right now that have to fight for this right. We do not have the same access to policing services and funding as the rest of Canada. As Ken Delson stated yesterday, our policing services do not possess the same tools to enforce our laws and our bylaws. This resolution calls on the federal government to recognize and affirm First Nations' inherent jurisdiction to pass policing laws. It also calls on the government to provide adequate funding for whatever policy model a First Nation is under. So Alderville First Nation is pleased to move this resolution, and we ask for your support in passing the resolution. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Microphone 4.
Lori Carr, Chief for Hiawatha. And to follow up to Chief Simpson's words, I wanted to just state this isn't about the litigation or the provincial legislation opt-in. It's only about federal legislation and essential services. And we do have a mandate at COO it shows it in the whereas number 3, but we are working hard, we are working hard on this issue, and we want to send a stronger collective message. And as Chief Simpson noted, currently having the moratorium lifted, because right now there are no more communities that can opt in or join the FNIPP. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Carr. Microphone 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess when I look at the resolution and I think about how many different discussions we had on policing over the last decade even, and we're still having that discussion today, and we're living in a lot of our communities don't even have policing in it, and a lot of our communities only have one police officer. And we're living in the world we're living in now, with infestation of criminal activities in our community. Our police officers are put at risk. If you look at municipality policing, they all have 2 officers. Recently in our community in Fort William, an officer, when he went to investigate a situation, was dragged with his own police car because he was by himself. And we had another guy, one of our officers, who went to another investigation. He was assaulted. He was down on the ground. It's a good thing the guy didn't have a weapon with him. And he probably would have lost his life. But I guess when I look at this, and I look at the resolution and to our newly elected regional chief, well, I think it's time that you stand up with the province, say adequate funding is not for negotiations. It's imperative that we have adequate policing in all of our communities. You know, even when I look at smaller communities, they have no policing. They got to wait for an hour, maybe 2 hours before that protection gets to their communities. You know, at one time we were talking about a class action lawsuit on human rights and the protection of our communities. I'd like to know what our regional chief is going to do on this particular issue. For the mover and seconder, we call on the government. We demand the government to provide adequate policing funding.
So proxy, you're inviting an amendment, and where will we write that? Right at the beginning? And if you can read that, okay, if you can read it back to me. Demand on the government of Canada, is that what you're asking? Okay. Demand that the government of Canada ensure its pending First Nation policy legislation will, and then from A to G. Stronger words than that?
Madam Chair, yes, that's it, but we'd also have to remove it from number 2 and also put demand.
Okay, thank you. Are the mover and seconders okay with those amendments? Yes, yes, thank you. Microphone 4.
I call question to the resolution.
Miigwech. Resolution 2408A has been read. All of those in favor of the resolution? Miigwech. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Miigwech. Moving right along to...
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chief King.
Yeah.
Microphone 4.
I didn't sit down, so. Chief Wilfred King, Kiasaging, and the Anishinaabe Gulby First Nation. I just want to ask the Assembly's indulgence if we could move Resolution 2418A to the forefront. My seconder has to leave, he has to catch a plane, and it's one of the, I know all resolutions are important, but this one is very important to everybody. Miigwech.
2418.
Yeah.
Soon as the chair finds it.
2418A on the resolution. It's the increasing First Nations internal capacity. The Deputy Grand Chief, who's proxy, has to leave, so he wants to be able to speak to it as well, I believe, or at least.
No, I got 16. Find it, Chief King. Chief King. So it's Resolution 2418A. It's being moved by Chief Wilfred King, and it's going to be moved by Deputy Grand Chief Victor Linklater, proxy.
Madam Chair, just as a point of order, I don't know if we've got the approval of the Assembly to do that. I'm asking for that approval first before it's entertained. I don't want to step on any chief's toes.
You're stepping on the chair's toes right now. Do the fellow chiefs in Assembly agree to move Chief King's resolution to the floor now? If you agree, please raise your hands. If you oppose, raise your hands real high. If you abstain, you have friends in the room, Chief King. Please proceed. It's called Increasing First Nations Internal Capacity in the Realm of Resource Development. It's moved by Chief Wilfred King, and it's going to be seconded by Deputy Grand Chief Victor Linklater. It has a number of whereases 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the chiefs in Assembly, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to engage the province and call upon the Ministry of Mines to implement a First Nations stream in the Critical Mineral Innovation Fund for the creation of a community-based critical mineral recovery strategy and funding to acquire internal capacity proportionate to needs to exercise First Nations treaty land and water rights. 2, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to engage with the province and call upon the Ministry of Mines and Ministry of Indigenous Affairs to increase the New Relationship Fund and Aboriginal Participation Fund to be proportionate to the current First Nations needs for consultation and handle workload with regards to paperwork received from government, mining proponents, and other stakeholders to address and take up the challenges faced by First Nations in this regard. Direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to secure funding and to collaborate on a free, prior, informed consent consultation toolkit including letter templates for First Nation communities to use when the private sector begins resource development without appropriate First Nations prior informed consent processing. This toolkit would provide supportive resources for First Nations communities to determine what FPIC means to their community and set relevant guidelines. 4, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Department and the Chiefs of Ontario Justice Department to collaborate in disseminating the consultation toolkit and relevant webinars to private organizations to ensure private sector is aware of COO's consultation and accommodations policies. 5, require the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to report on progress on this matter to the Chiefs in Assembly as needed. That is the resolution. Would the mover or seconder like to speak to the resolution?
Madam
Chief
Chair,
King?
Chief King, Gull Bay First Nation. Just one, I'd like to do a little quick amendment on item number 5.
Okay, yes?
It's the recognize. I'd like to have that changed just to put the announcement of the, I don't recognize that process. I just think it's, it goes contrary to what we're doing in terms of the money that these companies are accessing to encroach on our territories. Rather than recognize, take the word recognize out, and it's just a friendly amendment.
Okay.
And resolution speaks for itself, so I'm willing to let the seconder speak on it. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Seconder agrees with the removal of recognize in number 5.
Yes, I do. To me, this funding is so important. It's Aboriginal Participation Fund. It does equip First Nations to review permits closure plans. It does provide, the resources that are needed, but it is capped. There's just not enough money to go around for all First Nations to access. So I think, with this resolution on the floor, we could use this as a mechanism to petition government to put more resources in and to enable us to protect our lands and make those sound economic decisions on behalf of our people. So pretty straightforward.
Miigwech. Any comments or questions on the resolution? Any comments or questions on the resolution?
Just on number 4, to the mover and seconder, wouldn't it be regional policies? According to regional policies? Number 4. Because you're talking about with the broader Ontario, you have different regional policies though?
We had an intervention by proxy from Fort William that on number 4 to include regional policies as the mover. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that too. Thank you.
Okay. So we have that amendment to number 4. It's been approved by the mover and seconder, and that is the resolution 2418A. Increasing First Nations internal capacity in the realm of resource development. It's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Sorry, microphone 1.
Thank you, Chair. Jason Batiste, proxy, Chapel Ojibwe First Nation. 2 things. Number 1, what does proportionate in need mean, and what are the parameters around that? So you're applying for money, and they're going to, excuse me, going to go to communities based on some notion of proportionality. What are the components of that? And secondly, the similar issue in number 4, I think what the toolkit does is provide examples of a process. It doesn't provide a policy. The policies are the nations to expose to proponents. What I think you're asking COO to do is provide an example of a policy communities may choose to implement and provide that to proponents and government. but it's not a coup policy that I think we're proposing here. It's just an educational tool for governments and others. So I'd like to see a change there to reflect that it's a COUS consultation and consultation example processes, not policy.
Chief King?
I'm good with that change.
Okay. Chief, Deputy Grand Chief?
I'm good with that too, thanks.
Okay. So with those changes, so that it will read number 4 down to aware of COUS consultation and accommodation processes and regional consultation and accommodation policies. Right, Jason?
Sorry, Chair. I would like the reference to policies removed and replaced by examples of process. What I think COUS is being asked to do is produce a toolkit for communities that they can use to provide, to inform their own policy. So COUS is not proposing to proponents that this is the way. They're providing an example of a process. So I'd like policy to be removed and replaced by sort of a sample or example process or whatever the language might be.
So then where it reads processes and regional consultation and accommodation samples, is that what you wanted? So it will read then, to ensure private sector is aware of COUS and regional consultation and accommodation processes. So that is the resolution, 2418A with those amendments. It's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. It's been moved and seconded. Questions called. All of those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Abstentions? The resolution is carried. Miigwech. Adam.
Miigwech, Vera. So I think we're going to go back to the order that we were following the resolutions. If I can have the next resolution up on the screen, I think it's resolution 2409. But if I'm mistaken, if we can just go to the next resolution. 2408. We did 8? Okay, we did do 8 before we the floor most graciously jumped to Chief King's resolution. Okay, resolution 2409. It's titled Child Welfare Funding Long-Term Reform Final Settlement Agreement 2024. It's moved by Chief Janice Henderson, who is here, seconded by Chief Linda McVicker. Chief McVicker also is in the room. So, the resolution reads, we can have it up on the screen, please. Actually, I just want to get confirmation, Chief McVicker. Chief McVicker is here, correct? Chief Henderson, do you know if Chief...
She's not here.
Okay, so I'll ask for another seconder.
Yes.
Chief Tim Thompson will second proxy for Akwesasne.
Thank you, Chief Thompson. So we have a mover and seconder in the room. We'll go down to therefore be it resolved, as soon as we've changed the name of the seconder on the resolution. All right, reads, therefore be it resolved that we, the chiefs in assembly, one, will not vote on all or part of the content of the proposed final settlement agreement until after the entire text is made available to all chiefs. Two, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Social Services Unit, with the support of the Chiefs Committee on Social Services, to provide the chiefs with the entire text of any proposed final settlement agreement, projected funding profiles, and the opportunity for leadership and technicians to attend briefings in advance of any ratification vote. Three, will vote on the ratification of any proposed final settlement agreement only after the Chiefs of Ontario has provided the opportunity for the chiefs to be briefed on the proposed final settlement agreement. Four, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Social Services Unit, with the support of the Chiefs Committee on Social Services, to bring any proposed final settlement agreement to the Chiefs in Assembly for ratification at a special Chiefs Assembly on a date to be determined. Five, direct the Social Services Unit, with the support of the Chiefs Committee on Social Services, to seek funding from Indigenous Services Canada to bear the cost of the briefing sessions and the Chiefs Assembly required to ratify any proposed final settlement agreement. Mover, do you want to speak to the resolution?
Chief Janice Henderson, Matonjigaming First Nation. I would just like to ask the seconder, Chief Thompson, to come up because he has an amendment.
Very good. Chief Thompson.
In speaking with the technicians, the only way this resolution would go forward if number one was being removed and the technicians agreed to have it removed. So if you remember the presentation the other day by OKT, Maggie Wynn, on this issue, there was a question from leadership in regards to the full text. So Maggie stated that the full text would be released either this week or next week, and the leadership would get a copy of it. So yes, I'm agreeing to, on the first therefore, be it totally removed.
Okay, so remove the entire section, and we'll highlight it and blanket out section one. So all the numbering will change on all the other sections. Okay, Mover, obviously you're okay with that? Okay, very good. Any more comments from the mover or the seconder on the resolution? I see none. Okay. So floor is open. Microphone 4, Chief King.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiasagi, Anishinaabe Gully First Nation. I listened to the presentation the other day as well from the OTK lawyer, and she made it very clear when one of the chiefs had raised issues about the voting on this agreement prior to the chiefs getting a full text of the agreement. And I guess she was told in unequivocal terms that she didn't want to do that, and she wasn't going to open it up because she felt it might jeopardize something in the agreement of some sort. So nobody asked that question yesterday, and about what was she so concerned about. So I don't know if we have our legal team ready to answer that question today. I don't know if they could answer on behalf of OTK Law. But I think that was the question. Oh, she is here. Thank you. And so I just want to make sure that what are some of the problems of you know, this text being sent to us before ratification or after? So maybe the lawyer from OTK, I don't know where she. Oh, here she is. Okay, so she could maybe answer those questions, because I was under the impression that we had to get this agreement done before we could vote on it. And you know, the chief from Georgina Island raised yesterday, well, why are we voting on something when we haven't got a chance to review it? So I was just concerned about that, and hopefully we can get an answer from the OTK lawyer. Miigwech.
Miigwech. So Maggie Wente is here to respond to that question.
Miigwech, Chief King. I think maybe there's a misunderstanding, but I think I understand where you're coming from. So what I've heard is that your understanding is that we won't open up the text, and that's right. We will release the text to everybody in advance of any voting happening. But I mean, it's sort of not up to, it's not up to me particularly. It's up to the instructing client, Chiefs of Ontario, and the advisors. But The process that was undertaken was that we received input over the past several years along the way into the agreement, and that was the process that we decided upon and the process upon which we negotiated the agreement. So the problem of going back to Canada and opening up the agreement is that it's a national agreement, and it's impossible to have 633 First Nations put in amendments and then try to renegotiate it. So that is where it is. It's formed in the draft that it's formed based on the advice we've received from the regions and our consultations within the communities so far.
Thank you. That's what I thought, because there are other provinces that are also engaged in this approval process. So that should have been explained yesterday, though, and perhaps it would have been a lot easier to decipher that. So thank you very much.
I will take that constructive criticism to heart and explain it better next time, Chief King.
Miguch, floor is still open. Any more questions, comments, debate? Microphone 4.
So Maggie, it's a take it or leave it proposition, is that correct?
Well, Canada will be getting its, I don't want to suggest there will be no minor amendments to it that we might be able to negotiate, but Canada is getting its instructions based on the agreement as it is drafted. And I'm not sure that we would have any time or there would be any inclination from any other party to go back and get new instructions. So effectively, yeah, I guess so.
Proxy Peter Collins. Mic 4.
Take it away from the short people here. Chief King. Just my question's more on the Jordan Principle. I know Jordan Principle has an age gap or age limit to it. And one of the discussions I know that was taking place before I left the chief seat is about addressing the issue of young people being born with disabilities and still being under the care of their family. So, but they're not entitled to any of this fund under Jordan Principle template that's formulated today. So was there any work done on addressing that issue?
Is that Chief Perro? Do I see you? I can't see who it is. My old glasses. And oh, Peter Collins. Okay. So Jordan's Principle right now is on a little bit of a hold because the Caring Society has a motion before the tribunal to improve to make changes to how it's administered. So the way that Jordan's Principle services will be delivered is like a subject that will be happening in negotiations in the future, and we're considering here whether or not, for instance, we might want to try to do a really specific Ontario agreement. But the way Jordan's Principle is written now, it covers only to the age of 18. So it doesn't cover adults who are continue to be in care and require health services or other kinds of services beyond the age of 18. There would have to be a different and probably new litigation or political strategy in order to try to bring about those kinds of changes.
Well, I think it's so imperative that that be addressed because there's a lot of young people in our communities dealing with those types of disabilities and they're left out in limbo for not being looked after. So how do we look after them, make sure they're taken into consideration how we provide adequate resources for them too, so.
I agree. I think it's probably the purview of both social and health to work on those initiatives together.
Deputy Grand Chief.
Okay, Victor Linklater, proxy for Teguatagama First Nation, or Nation, sorry. For our First Nation, and I get up to speak for my nation because we're proxy for it. It's problematic to our chief and council that something is going to be settled without them reviewing and getting their technicians to review. And I get your comment, but the fact that if our nation hasn't gone through the document and we have concerns with that document, as chiefs, we should be respected that those things would be addressed. And just from an administrative standpoint, so we have 133 First Nations here. But, you know, we're going to look at this document. We're going to have probably common concerns on it and things that we may want to address the ORC to look at on our behalf. And problem with being on advisory committees as a chief, there is so much responsibility. And a few years ago, I remember when I was working for my First Nation sitting on council, we actually put a proposal in under the BANREP services to have a safe house and to service our families and keep our children safe. And under that agreement, the original manual that was put out, it was approved. And then the Chiefs of Ontario had an advisory committee that they sat down with this and they made changes to it. And because they changed the wording of that document, it cost our First Nation close to $400,000. We did fight after, I think, as a collective to make changes to that. But, so, you know, there is great responsibility, but when we talk about free, prior, informed consent, there's things that we wouldn't accept when proponents do that to us, or governments. So I think as we do this work, and you know what, as people take a look at this document, they need to have that space to say, Maggie, I don't agree with this, can we just go back? And a lot of it's gonna be little things. Can we negotiate on this front? And how can we help you as chiefs to push this through with the Government of Canada? And I know it's been a long process and I appreciate the work, but there are gonna be challenges and it's hard and just talking to our chief is how do you accept something that you haven't seen? And, you know, and the updates come, and in every agreement, every word counts. So it is, I think, over 100 pages, they mentioned yesterday, so they'll need time. I don't think people are gonna go against it hard, but there's gonna be some points of interest that we will probably need to advocate more from. So, and I'm just speaking for my First Nation, so thank you.
Miigwech, I hear you, Deputy Grand Chief. No one will be asked to vote on the agreement without having had ample opportunity to have it in their hands for a very long time and have information sessions and their questions answered. I appreciate the comments about the process that was undertaken. That's not my, as legal's, responsibility, and I think you know, if there are different processes that people would like to undertake for province-wide agreements, those are things that Chiefs of Ontario, you know, can look at if the Chiefs direct.
So the floor is still open. We have the resolution on the floor. I don't see anybody else approaching. Second call, last call for any questions. If not, I'm going to call for question. The resolution is before you. Any opposition to the resolution? Any opposition? See none. Any abstentions? Abstentions, I see none. All in favor, raise your hand, please. Miigwech, thank you. Resolution is carried. Thank you. So we'll move on to the next resolution, which is Resolution 2410. 2410, and we'll have the team put that up on the screen. It's titled Support for the Continued Operation of the Office of the Independent Special Interlocutor on Missing Children and Unmarked Graves and Burial Sites and the implementation of recommendations from the final report. It's moved by Chief Adam Paywis, who was present. Chief Paywis, I don't see you in the room. Maybe if somebody can check if Chief Paywis is out in the hall. Seconded by Chief Tainer Simpson, who was here, yes, who is present. I just want to make sure that Chief Paywis is in the room. If not, I know he's here. If not, I'm going to end up asking for another mover. Okay, just give me 1 second. Chief Paywis, probably out in the hall. Okay, so it'll be moved by Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler, proxy for Mo Quebec, proxy for Mo Quebec. And we'll just get that change noted on the resolution. So the resolution reads, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs and Assembly, 1, demand the Government of Canada continue, expand, and adequately fund the Office of Special Interlocutor and the Independent Special Interlocutor to implement the recommendations for a new federal legal framework developed by the Office of the Independent Special Interlocutor, OISI. 2, demand the Government of Canada provide ongoing funding and support to First Nations throughout their healing journey as determined by each First Nation, including beginning to dismantle internal bureaucratic barriers to achieving adequate supports. 3, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat to seek funding for and provide coordination of support and advocacy for the implementation of the recommendations of the OISI as they relate to the search for missing children and unmarked burials to apply pressure to the various levels of government and other colonial institutions to review and develop effective and community-centered solutions to the common concerns identified within the OISI's final report. 4, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Secretariat to seek guidance from the Leadership Council on the progress of this work and to report back to the Chiefs in Assembly annually on the status of the implementation of these recommendations. 5, note that this resolution is without prejudice to any initiatives or work being undertaken by First Nations, First Nation organizations, survivors, families, and experts on this issue or related issues, and to the inherent and treaty rights of all First Nations in Ontario. So I'm going to ask mover and seconder if you wish to speak to the resolution. Okay, just a correction. We want to make sure that Grand Chief Fiddler's name is spelled correctly. It's not Adam. No. It's Alvin. Oh, you did put Adam in there. I can't move any resolutions here. Alvin Fiddler. There we go. Okay. No need if it's not required. Mover, do you want to speak to it? Maybe I'll get you to grab the other Alvin. Now, did I call him Adam? Alan? Grand Chief Fiddler. Microphone 1.
Trying to steal my identity there. I think we just want to, I don't know if that's a new clause or maybe adding it to one of the existing clauses here. It's something about this office to be able to access, not just this office, but also those communities that are searching for them to be able to access the records that they need to aid them in their search efforts.
So we've got the resolutions team listening to you. So you'd want that as a number 6? Is that what you're asking? Okay, can you just repeat that? Just so that they can hear you, the resolutions team? Or do you have
something to the effect that this office, but also those communities that are searching, have access to any records that will help them aid their search efforts.
Okay, so we're just making, if you can stand by, we're just making that suggestion. And I think the goal of that addition would be to allow First Nations and the office to have access to records, I think is what you're asking. So we're putting it up on the screen. We'll highlight it in yellow and see if this does it for you. Unless you have text that you suggest, Jackie? So we'll just let the resolutions team work on that proposed amendment.
Okay, so demand that the Government of Canada allow the chiefs in Ontario. Is it Chiefs of Ontario? Release the records to. You should say this. Maybe I'll ask Jackie too. Go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
Sure, Jackie's there to support.
That's right.
You have suggested text.
I wonder if it should read, demand the government of
A little bit closer, Jackie.
Demand the government of Canada release the required records to the OISI, comma, First Nations, comma, and the Chiefs of Ontario.
Does that do it, Grand Chief? So I'll read it out. It says, if I can have it highlighted. If we can zoom in just a bit. I've got a glare on my screen here again. Technicians, if I can have somebody come and move the screen just a little bit, there's a bit of a glare. So it reads, demand that the Government of Canada release the required records to the OISI, First Nations, and the Chiefs of Ontario to support the activities of the OISI. That's what you're, okay. Seconder, are you okay with that? You're okay with that? Okay, very good. So I'll turn it, perfect, yep. To microphone 4, the seconder of the resolution, if you wish to speak to it.
Yes, thank you. Chief Tanner Simpson, Alderville First Nation. I think I'm in a unique position to speak to this resolution. Alderville First Nation was the very first, the site of the very first residential school. Back then they were industrial schools in Canada. It was established in the 1830s. For the last 25 years, I've been dedicated to this specific issue, the resolution of Indian residential schools, legacy, and impacts in Canada. Over the last 25 years, I've overseen 250,000 days of research towards reconciliation projects, with the vast majority towards the residential schools resolution and settlement. Due to this experience, I was selected to lead the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation's Missing Children project. We identified many thousands of children who perished at the schools, and it's much more than is publicly available. So needless to say, the job that the special interlocutor has been doing is, it's going to take more than 2.5 years. The job is going to take probably until the job is done, and we don't know how long that's going to be. But I prepared some notes to speak about them. So Alderville was home to an industrial school back in the day, which was the precursor to the residential schools. The special interlocutor has been a focal voice about the need for provincial and federal accountability for these and other sites that played a role in assimilating our people. And this could contain possible unmarked burials. Presently, the federal funding excludes these schools, the industrial schools, and any possible unmarked burials. As the school was not included in the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement, First Nations require the position of special interlocutor, as she provides an independent, experienced, and fearless voice for the spirits of our ancestors waiting to be found. The Office of the Special Interlocutor has stated numerous times that associated sites need to be searched since children were forcibly transferred to other places from Indian residential schools, including hospitals, sanatoria, cemeteries, reformatories, and industrial schools. And this is from her interim report from June 2023. The special interlocutor has been an invaluable resource to the Anishinaabe Nation, as well as Chiefs of Ontario, in her support with not only communities leading the sacred work, but with burials of our ancestors at institutions other than in Indian residential schools. She's made herself and her resources available to communities as we navigate this unprecedented time, including supporting advocacy for financial support for repatriating ancestors and guidance. Some of these areas we anticipate being addressed in these recommendations. Sorry. I lost my notes here. includes lack of long-term funding, difficulty accessing records, lack of federal protection of possible burial sites, lack of access to lands, need for accountability, increases in denialism, which we are finding out is higher than we were hoping, reaffirming Indigenous data sovereignty, complexity of ground searches and technologies. Currently, there is no protocol or process in place for how recommendations that her office will produce will be monitored and how various levels of government will be held accountable. This resolution will ensure Chiefs of Ontario have the directive to provide this monitoring and accountability. Too often, we see studies, reports, and findings receive a tremendous amount of attention and then fall by the wayside until annual reviews. The work at the previous residential school sites and various other institutions require ongoing support, and governments must continue to feel the pressure to live up to their commitments and be held accountable for the role they played in the systemic racism and institutional trauma. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Simpson. The floor is open. Chief Miracle.
My grandfather and his sister, David Miracle and Jenny Miracle, were enrolled in the Mohawk Institute in August of 1896. Their father had died, and so the Indian agent told my great-grandmother they had to go there. My great-aunt died there in August of 1900, and she, according to the paper that the criminal investigators from the OPP shared with our family last July, she was buried at nighttime the same day that she died. And apart from that, we have had no other information. I understand that the Diocese of Niagara may have not shared all that information with Six Nations, and that they wanted to go to the archives in England to do a search there to see if there are records there. But all of the records have not been consolidated, and so families having access to information about their families is pretty hard to get. And so I would like to include a number 7 there concerning access to records, that funds that are necessary to carry out those investigations be made available, in this case, to the Six Nations Council for the Mohawk Institute or other communities that are in that situation. So there can be some accountability to the families where their relatives are buried. All we know is that she's buried somewhere in that Mohawk chapel. That, according to the newspaper, it said the inmate died and she would be buried later that night. So the families were not even notified. They never had any opportunity to bring their loved ones home, and that really bothered my grandfather all of his life.
Miigwech, thank you. Chief Miracle, if I can have you approach the mic again, Chief Miracle, in terms of the text that you'd like added to the resolution.
That funds be made available to First Nations that need to be part of carrying out a proper investigation to assemble all of the records.
Okay, thank
concerning
you.
the burials at the residential school or elsewhere. If they died there, where did they bury them?
So,
and I guess, is the criminal investigation still ongoing, or we have no other information other than that one visit from OPP criminal investigator Nicole Scotty and Christopher Folse came to meet with our family last July.
Thank you. So we have number 7. We'll have that highlighted in yellow. It reads, demand that funds be made available to First Nations that need to obtain records related to the investigations. Chief Miracle, that's what you're asking for? Okay. Mover, you're okay. Seconder, you're okay. Very good. Chief Wesley, microphone 2.
Chief Russell Wesley, Cat Lake First Nation. Just bear with me a second. My heart is just racing. I have one question. But first, I just want to elaborate on the question. I have 2 missing family members that disappeared in October 1955, Charles Ombash and Thomas Ombash. I have a son named Charles Thomas. I've lived my entire life wondering how many cousins I would have had, what my relationship would have been with my uncles. The uncles that I had the opportunity to obtain knowledge from them, the ones that were alive. Survival skills, traditional skills, hunting skills, fishing skills, everything you could think of. I obtained those skills from them. But yet I have these two missing uncles. I've never known what had happened to them. My dad died, and to his dying day, he talked about them. My grandfather died, and my uncles died, not knowing where their brothers and son were. Back in 2010, we searched for them on the grounds of the Pelican Indian Residential School. Made a massive effort to find them. And then we had closure ceremonies to put them away in our minds and in our hearts. But there's never any closure when you have missing children, or children that never came home, or children that were buried. There's never any real closure. So my question is, when are we actually going to call on Canada and ask them, isn't this genocide? When are we actually going to do that? I'm just going to leave that here on the floor. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Wesley, very strong statement in that question. I don't know that it's a question that's directed to anybody or the mover or seconder in particular, but again, a very strong statement. Floor is still open. I believe I'm sensing strong support for this resolution. So with that, final opportunity, if there's any more comments or questions. If not, I'm going to call for question. All in favor of the resolution, raise your hand. Thank you. Miigwech, any opposition? I see none. Abstention. Oh, I thought Chief King was opposing, but I don't think so. No? Any abstentions? I see none. Okay, resolution is carried. Thank you. Turn it over to Ramon for the next two resolutions.
Okay, so I'll be going over Resolution 2411A. You should have that in your booklet. So the subject is support for joint selectorial action on student nutrition programs. And the mover is Chief Tim Thompson, and the seconder is Chief Shelley Moore Frappier. And are you currently in the room? Just give a thumbs up. Chief Thompson, are you in the room? Seconder, Chief Shelley Moore, Frappier. Okay. So we will need a mover. Chief Miracle at microphone 4.
I'll move for my cousin Tim.
Okay, we have a mover and seconder, so I'll go over the resolution. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs of Assembly, 1, mandate the health, education, social, and economic development sectors to work jointly in order to A, provide advocacy and political backing on the issue of student nutrition programming, and B, secure funding for the work required in this resolution. 2, direct sectors to form a technical food sovereignty task force to develop a strategy for this work that includes, but is not limited to, A, First Nation-specific engagement for both federal and provincial initiatives on the student nutrition programs. B, advocacy for funding to be allocated directly to First Nations for student nutrition programs. C, collaborations with relevant food technicians and organizations. D, develop a media campaign to raise awareness about unique First Nations food security and food sovereignty issues. E, advocacy for development of an Ontario First Nation-specific food security sovereignty strategy. First bullet point is researching and advocating for food security solutions in the realm of addressing food deserts in remote and northern communities that will alleviate the current financial burden on these communities. Second bullet point reads, advocacy for incorporations of traditional food access in the future, provincial and federal food security strategies. And the third bullet point says, research and advocacy for new funding mechanisms in the realm of food sovereignty. And 3, report back to the Chiefs and Assembly on progress annually. So that is the, therefore be it resolved. Was the mover and seconder who would like to speak on this? A microphone forward, please.
I've already spoken about the high degree of poverty that's in First Nations, and that it does affect the availability of the high cost of food. With inflation, prices have not come down at all since post-COVID, and so I fully support this resolution. And with that, what was it called, the COVID inflationary relief fund that came to an end in March of 2024, and so that program is definitely needed. Thank you.
Congrats for those comments. And microphone forward.
Yeah, so COO doesn't currently have this mandate, and I think that this is an important thing to get funding into our First Nations and have that food sovereignty for our schools, as well as having proper food helps us also learn. So I think that that's incredibly important that we move forward with this.
Congrats for those comments. Okay, the floor is open. Any additional comments or questions? Okay, I see none. So call to question. All in favor? Okay. Any opposed or opposition? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, this resolution is carried. So now we'll be moving on to Resolution 2412A. So the subject is remote airport infrastructure funding for required upgrades. And the mover is Chief Lefty, I will butcher his last name, Kanatamiwatan, Canada Waterman, something like. And the seconder, Chief Alex Batiste, are you both in the room? Just give a thumbs up or hands up. Okay, Lefty's here. Seconder, are you in the room? Okay, so we will need a seconder. Please come up to the microphone and state your name. Oh, okay. Number 4, please.
I second that resolution. Anabedi Yachnibanashkam, proxy for Wawak Kabewin.
Miigwech. Okay, so we have a mover and seconder, so I'll go over the resolution. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs of the Assembly, 1, call on federal and provincial partners to equitably invest in remote airports across Canada that serve as a lifeline for Indigenous communities, given the lack of investment has impacted their human rights by inhibiting access to essential services. 2, call on the federal government to amend the National Airports Policy to include an essential service airport standard to equitably fund the required investments in remote airport infrastructure that will improve safety and access to remote Indigenous communities. 3, call on the Transport Canada, Indigenous Service Canada, NAV Canada, provincial and municipal airport operators, and all the relevant partners to work collaboratively in addressing the significant funding shortfall for remote airport infrastructures across Canada. And 4, call on remote airport operators to work collaboratively with the government partners in identifying the infrastructure gaps across Canada to accurately identify the monetary need for closing the remote airport infrastructure gap on reserve by 2030. So I'd like to ask, do you have any comments, mover and seconder? Microphone 2, please.
Good afternoon, Miigwech. For this resolution, I just want to provide a brief background of my community where I come from. I come from a remote community in northwestern Ontario, Bearskin Lake First Nation. And the airport is an essential service for our communities up north. And it's only, my community is only accessible by air year-round, except on the winter time, which is winter road. But having said that, airport needs to be in a safe condition, and because it provides essential service to the people, either by passenger, ambulance, or if we should be evacuated, and all other services, hauling in our supplies. That's how we get our supplies, our food, and to the community on a year-round basis. So with all these, what we notice in our airports up north, in my community, for sure, is the stopway. The runway consists of a gravel. So now is a tool that one time that if the propeller goes to, hits a pebble or gets damaged by a small pebble, like a dime-sized pebble, to replace that propeller alone costs $90,000. So that's what we face up north. Like it's a gravel road, gravel runways, gravel roads, and all that stuff. And and it's very unsafe. And also the other thing too is de-icing, especially in the wintertime. In the wintertime, there's no proper equipment, and usually the equipment that is there is usually outdated. So, and I think usually they have to do everything by hand. I remember one time, and this was in an urban center in Solcott, we were trying to fly home in the middle of the night. It was cold in December. This was midnight already, and the plane kept freezing. And I remember sitting inside that plane and looking out the window. There was pilots trying to pull out a battery, changing the battery because it was frozen. So these things that we have to face up north, and it's quite different. That if you have to live there to know what we face up north. Thank you.
Much for those comments, Chief. Deputy Chief Anna Betty at microphone 4, please.
Yes, thank you.
and I amplify the comments made by Chief Kamamadaman, and I ask that the leadership in this room support this and continue to support this struggle that we face when we live in a remote community. Miigwech.
Miigwech for those comments. And the floor is open for any additional comments or questions. At number 4, please.
Okay, Chief Miracle, I support the resolution, but I would ask for a number 5 to be included. In February of 2022, FNTI had a fire where the hangar burnt down. FNTI operates an aviation school, flight training school, which helps deliver goods and services up north to these remote airports. And so I would like a number 5 to be worded as call on Canada and Ontario to provide capital funding to refurbish the Mohawk Airport at Tyendinaga, where FNTI operates an aviation school training pilots across Canada. So they've graduated a number of pilots in many First Nations, and they're employed delivering valuable goods and services to a lot of communities.
I'll acknowledge that amendment, so I'll read it over for you after it's done typed out. Okay, so 5, call on Canada and Ontario to provide capital funding to refurbish the airport at Tyendinaga, okay, my bad, that operates a flight training school providing services across Canada. And is that correct?
So where the First Nations Technical Institute provides aviation training for First Nations students across Canada.
So that will be added. I'll reread it once more. 5, call on Canada and Ontario to provide capital funding to refurbish the airport at Tyendinaga that operates flight training for First Nation students across Canada. And
it's where First Nations Technical Institute operates an aviation training school for students across Canada. Just include First Nations Technical Institute in there.
I'll read it again. 5, call on Canada, Ontario to provide capital funding to refurbish the airport at Tyendinaga, where First Nations Technical Institute operates flight training for First Nations students across Canada. Is that right? Okay. Mover and seconder, is that okay with you? Okay. Then that will be added to the resolution. Okay, so the floor is now open. Number 2, please.
Chief Alan Gonslake, I was just going to talk about the addition to number 5. We just wanted to get it away from the main object here of having the remote communities be addressed in this resolution. You know, because it's the remote communities, but this is just a training facility. Maybe we could pass another resolution for number 5 on that situation, because we don't want to get away from the remote communities having that, the roads and their airport runways getting correctly fixed and everything. So I would ask with the movers to only concentrate on the remote communities with this resolution. Miigwech.
Much for those comments. Chief, at microphone 4, please.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiasagi Anishinaabe, Gulbay First Nation. I just on a point of order here, Mr. Chair. There was a resolution that was entertained. It was moved. It was second. There was an amendment. I'm not sure if it's a friendly amendment or not, but the mover agreed to it. The seconder didn't agree to the amendment. Then you had an intervention that said that amendment shouldn't be included because it's going to take away from the original intent of the resolution. And I think that's important when we're at these assemblies that, and I agree with the intervention. I think that this is an issue of remote communities that need valuable infrastructure in their community. And not to take anything away from my friend, because he's a big Mohawk, that I'd like to see his resolution. I'd like to see his resolution maybe entertained in another resolution, and I support his comments as well. So, but I think that we shouldn't diverge from the original intent of the resolution, because I'd like to see those northern communities, their airports get fixed, and it's important, it's life-saving. And the other portion of the resolution perhaps could be entertained, and I would fully support my friend Don Miracle in terms of his portion, maybe in a subsequent resolution, or if he could wait maybe till the fall assembly. I just don't want to see that get convoluted. Miigwech.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you would like the removal of 5, and I would like to hear from the mover and seconder on that.
It's a point of order, Mr. Chair, because the mover was okay with the amendment. The seconder didn't agree to the amendment. Then you had an intervention that talked about removing number 5. And what I'm saying is that I support the intervention because I don't want it to be convoluted, but now I got this big Mohawk standing right behind me here. He's going to get mad at me.
Your twin brother.
Miigwech, Chief King. So because a point of order was raised, I'm going to assist my colleague, the youth co-chair. Point of order is that there was a request for an amendment, and that the mover and seconder did not approve before we continued the discussion. I think that was the point of order. Okay, so that's the point of order. So I've just consulted with our youth co-chair. He did check. He got the thumbs up from the mover. He got the thumbs up from the seconder. They didn't approach the microphone, but he did get the thumbs up. So we did deal with that friendly amendment. The second part of what I'm hearing is you agree with the other speaker that maybe we should remove number 5 and develop that in an entire other resolution, I think is what I'm hearing. So you've presented that. I think that was Chief Allen's recommendation as well, to pull that from this resolution because it deals specifically with remote First Nation airports. And the suggestion is let's have another resolution dealing specifically with Tyendinaga. Chief King, I think you were supporting that?
Yes, I'll support that, and I just think that, that's why it's so important that the mover and seconder, I saw the mover agreed, I didn't see the seconder agree because he was standing over here. So I think just as for clarification, we should get the mover and the seconder to come to the microphone and say, yes, I concur with that amendment, but I believe my friend here is going to remove that now because of our interventions.
To make it simple, the seconder suggested that there be another resolution, a separate resolution. I'm okay with that as long as we pass the resolution today. It doesn't matter whether it's in this one or a separate resolution. That's all fine with me as long as we get it passed today. So I will move take it out of number 5 there as suggested into a separate resolution, which I will move with the indulgence of the Assembly as suggested by the people in this resolution.
Thank you for that. 2 points. Number 1, it actually was not the seconder of the resolution that recommended removing it. It was a third intervener. So in order for this assembly to entertain another resolution, we have to go through that process of a motion, and I don't have a draft to read at this point. So I'm going to ask Chief Miracle and others to draft up quickly a resolution.
Mr. Chairperson, we still have a point of order here. That point of order is that there was a request for an amendment to the resolution. The mover and the seconder agreed to that amendment. There was an intervention that said that should be removed. Are we going to ask now the mover and the seconder to reconsider their position on that? Because if they accepted, there's nothing wrong with that amendment. It was the interventions by myself, but the chief before me. So I want to make sure we're following the rules of procedure here as we agreed to.
Yeah, exactly. I was getting to that. Thank you. There's some process we have to go through, but I wanted to address your concern that a mover and seconder should approach the microphone whether or not they, or if they concur with an amendment. We had a discussion. Just because we have many resolutions to deal with, we want to move forward. I had advised the youth co-chair that as long as you get a thumbs up from the mover and seconder, if they concur with an amendment, but the part that didn't happen, and apologize, our youth co-chair is learning, is that he actually has to say, for the record, the mover concurs, the seconder concurs. So thank you for that, and that's the process that we'll follow. Now, the recommendation is to remove number 5. We had already accepted it, so I'm going to ask the mover, are you okay with removing it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, seconder?
I agree that we
Okay.
remove number 5.
Thank you. Now, behind the scenes, somebody needs to be developing that other resolution, Chief Miracle, that you're talking about. We don't have, so I can't entertain that in the middle of this resolution. So after we're done, if you can, if the resolutions team can work on that. So, Chief
And
King.
for the record, I would second Chief Miracle's resolution once it's ready.
Thank you.
And the wording that's up on the screen is fine for the resolution.
Thank you.
So just adopt the wording there in that resolution, that's fine with me.
Very good, thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn it back to Ramon to deal with this resolution.
Thanks for that. It's a learning experience, but Chief at microphone 2, please.
Chief Wesley Catholic, can we just ensure that you insert somewhere in the resolution, maybe in number 3, you need to specify navigational aids for remote airports. Many of our airports don't have navigational aids like instrument landing system, DMEs, and BORs, stuff like that. They don't have that. And there's been some accidents in our First Nations in the last few years. If we had those navigational aids, you know, that would be good. Maybe. Yeah, that's good.
Amigos for those comments. I'll read over an amendment for 3. Call on Transport Canada, Indigenous Service Canada, NAV Canada, provincial and municipal airport operators, and all the relevant partners to work collaboratively in addressing the significant funding shortfall for remote airport infrastructure, including but not limited to navigational aids. Now, that is highlighted, so I would ask the mover and seconder if they agree to this for the record. Okay, mover agrees.
I think that that addition would fit better in under number 2, because we're talking about airport infrastructure and safety measures under number 2.
Yeah. Okay, so, yeah.
So I'm going to assist our youth co-chair again. I think Deputy Grand Chief Janine Benescom is suggesting it be further up in number 2, is what I heard, where it reads to include an essential service airport standard to adequately fund the required investments in remote airport infrastructure. And I think you're saying including navigational aids that will improve safety. Oh, it changed.
Yes.
Okay, so requested by seconder, I'll read number 2. Call on the federal government to amend the National Airports Policy to include an essential service airport standard to equitably fund the required investments in the remote airport infrastructure, including but not limited to navigational aids that will improve safety and access to remote indigenous communities. So requester and microphone 2, are you okay with that?
Yes, supplementary. I just want, I didn't mean disrespect by that, but I just wanted to ensure that the term is there and to ensure that it's not missed. That's why I was bringing it up. Thank you.
Congrats for those comments. Okay, so mover, do you agree to the change? Microphone 2, please.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, and seconder, microphone 4, please.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, so for the record, the mover and seconder do agree. So I believe that I'll do a call to question. So all in favor? Okay. Any opposed or opposition? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none. Okay, so this resolution is carried. And, do you want to do the next? Okay, so I'll call Adam to do the next resolution.
I saw you walking back.
Okay. We're going to know that we gave thanks, and I was checking with the grandmothers that are opening and our ceremonies up to now have included the Thanksgiving for food. But you can just put it out there in your mind that we are grateful. We are grateful for this bag of lunch. And we're going to just move right along because you agreed to a working lunch. And that we're going to do Resolution 2413A. It's fetal alcohol spectrum disorder research. It's moved by Chief Helen Pavlova. Is she here, Chief Helen? And it's seconded by Chief Lloyd Mike. Chief Mike is here. Chief Helen? It's going to be moved then by Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler, proxy 4. So it's been moved and seconded. A number of whereases. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs and Assembly, support the Anishinaabeg Nation in advocating for data specific to First Nations in Ontario related to fetal alcohol spectrum disorder research, which will result in improved access to diagnostics, access to support services, and access to capacity training. Call upon the Ministry of Children, Community, and Social Services for improvements to the funding available to First Nations community specific to fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. 3, recognize First Nations data sovereignty and the requirement that personal as well as community privacy and First Nation principles of OCAP be respected. 4, recognize and respect First Nations inherent treaty and Aboriginal rights and support the government-to-government relationships with other First Nations. Would the mover and/or seconder like to speak to the resolution? Microphone 1.
Miigwech, Madam Speaker. I'm also part of the Health Coordination Chiefs Committee, and we did have a meeting about this 2 weeks ago. We met with their research team, and just to express our support for the important work that they're doing, but also encouraging them to share the results of their work with the rest of us, because I know that as a dad of a child that lives with fetal alcohol, how important it is that we do this research to help us, not just parents or families that have a child with fetal alcohol, but also as advocacy bodies for us to be armed with this information when we engage or meet with whether it's provincial or federal governments to give us the resources that we need to support families like my family and other families that are out there that struggle with this very, it's a lifelong issue. It's not something that you can easily just cure. It's something that is lifelong, and I know how important this is, and that's why I'm supporting it. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Microphone 2.
Bonjour, Chief Lloyd Mike, Magnetawan First Nation. I also as well support this recommendation and this motion as well, and echo the same comments of my friend. FASD is a real thing and in our communities, and it affects all of us and our children. So I'm definitely in support of moving this resolution to get that information so that we can get that increased funding and that for our communities, which is desperately needed. Aha, miigwech.
Miigwech. Any further questions or comments on the resolution? Any further questions or comments on the resolution? Microphone 2.
Chief Allen, Constance Lake. I don't know if I want to change the resolution, but I don't know where we could put, we have methadone in some of our communities, and how we implement this strategy with this fetal alcohol syndrome. I don't know if we could add it, because many of the communities now are having our parents, future parents, go to facilities out of our community to get babies that are diagnosed with methadone or Suboxone, and these are the studies and results that our communities need to get that increased funding to do some studies on those children as well. We cannot leave them out in the cold, so I'm just maybe something that we could add to this resolution.
So I understand that it's already, we're supporting the data research specific project by the Anishinaabe Nation. That would, your request would be different.
Well, if it's different, then maybe at the next assembly we can move something forward in a different resolution that we can move forward. Give me a guts.
Okay, miigwech. Microphone 1.
Miigwech, Madam Chair. Just a little housekeeping item. I know we're doing a working lunch, but the noise level was getting a little loud and kind of difficult to hear, and I'm really trying to keep myself focused on the resolutions at hand. A lot of these resolutions are really important, and they are starting to, the past few resolutions we're dealing a lot with youth. So if we can maintain a very respectful level of noise, that'd be great. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Pierre, we'll chew softly. Is there other questions, comments, clarification on the resolution? Any questions, comments, clarification on the resolution? Any questions, comments, clarification on the resolution? Questions called. All of those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Resolution is carried. Miigwech. Resolution 2414A. It's First Nations Employment Service Framework. It's moved by Chief Mark McCoy, and it's seconded by Deputy Chief Carrie Allen. Chief McCoy, are you in the room? Yes? And Chief Carrie Allen? Yes, thank you. So the resolution, whereas is down to number 9, and then therefore be it resolved that we, the Chieftain Assembly, support the creation of a joint table on employment services, which will be responsible for crafting a framework for First Nations employment services and providing updates on its advancement to the Chieftain Assembly. Direct the joint table on employment services to take part in discussions for co-developing the First Nations employment services framework and advise on a broad range of issues, including funding levels related to First Nations employment services. The advice provided by this joint table will be brought back to the Leadership Council, and if accepted, in whole or in part by the Council, for further approval by the Ontario Chieftain Assembly. Would the mover or seconder like to speak to the resolution? Microphone 3.
So I'm going to let Chief Mark McCoy speak to the resolution. I just want to amend my name. Carrie Commanda, Commanda.
A correction to Shelley's name. Thank you.
Miigwech, Madam Chair, good afternoon. Chief Mark McCoy from Batchewana First Nation. The recommendation to establish a joint table on employment services was made by the Employment Table Working Group to enhance engagement and get more political input in addressing employment concerns within First Nation communities. The joint table is intended to actively involve chiefs from PTOs and IFNs with the formation of a Chiefs Committee for co-developing a First Nations employment services framework. The inclusive nature of this approach ensures that decisions and policy changes receive careful and dedicated attention they rightfully deserve. A joint table on employment services would improve engagement, ensure diverse political input, and foster collaborative decision-making. It provides a platform for First Nation leaders to collectively address employment issues, ensuring that policies are both effective and reflective of our community needs. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Is there any comments or questions on the resolution? Is there any comments or questions on the resolution? Any comments or questions on the resolution? Questions called. All of those in favor? All of those opposed? Any abstentions? Resolution is carried. Miigwech. Next. I ran out of paper on my.
Miigwech, Vera. So the next resolution is up on the screen, draft resolution number 15. It's titled Neurodivergent Advocacy. And on my version, it's not a draft, but it's a draft up on the screen. The mover is Chief Helen Pavlach. Is Chief Pavlach may not be in the room. Seconder is Chief Lloyd Mike, who I know is here. Thank you. So Chief Pavlach, I don't think is here. She's not here? Oh, you're going to, okay, very good. So you'll move, just for the record, state your name.
Kyle McLaren, proxy, Nemigisgagan.
Okay, thank you. Did we get that? If you can state it again, just so that resolutions team can get it, put it on the resolution.
Kyle McLaren, proxy, Nemigisgagan.
Miigwech. It's proxy. Okay, there we go. So the resolution reads Therefore, be it resolved that we, the chiefs and assemblies, one, support the Anishinaabe Nation in their advocacy with the federal and provincial governments for improvements to funding for various neurodevelopment disabilities. 2, advocate that this funding will be applied to improvements to decreasing the wait times for all diagnostic and support services for those community members suffering from neurodevelopment disabilities. This includes all school and community services. 3, recognize and respect First Nations inherent treaty and Aboriginal rights and support the government-to-government relationships of other First Nations. So that's the resolution. Mover, do you wish to comment? Not necessary? No, you're okay. Seconder? Okay, seconder's okay. So this is, I believe, a support resolution. Very clear. Question's been called, but I'm going to look around the room once. I don't see anybody. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Opposition? None. Abstentions? None. So resolution carried. Thank you. Next resolution is number 16. It's titled Support. Again, this is a support resolution. Support for core funding of First Nations mandated Indigenous institutes in Ontario from the Government of Canada. It's moved by Chief Sherry Lynn Hill, who is present, seconded by Chief R. Don Maracle, who is also present. So the resolution reads, just want to make sure I have the right one. Yes, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs and Assembly, 1, support First Nations mandated Indigenous-led post-secondary education institutes across Ontario in their submissions to federal and Ontario budgets 2025-2026 and future budget cycles to deliver long-term sustainable core operating and capital institutional support. I'm looking up at the screen. I don't know if maybe do I have the... Is this the correct resolution, Chief Hill? Okay, thank you. Number 2, direct the Ontario Regional Chief and Leadership Council to advocate and issue a public statement drawing attention to the urgent need for core operational and capital funding and the need for the federal and Ontario government to fulfill their obligations to fund First Nations mandated Indigenous institutes in a manner consistent with self-government and the positive economic impact of Indigenous institutes on building a strong, inclusive economic recovery, build resilient local economic and social development skills and labor markets across Canada and Ontario. And number 3, support and promote First Nations mandated Indigenous institutes in Ontario as a first choice for post-secondary education in Ontario. Mover and seconder are here. Chief Hill, microphone 2.
Thank you. Chief Sherry Lynn Hill, Six Nations of the Grand River. Can we go to whereas?
So whereas on the first page.
Yes, please.
Seems to be a delay here, but we'll go up.
Okay, yes, so where all the blue is, those were all the friendly amendments. Instead of just Indigenous, we put First Nations mandated. So I just wanted to share that. So First Nations mandated Indigenous institutes play a vital role in addressing these issues by creating inclusive, culturally grounded environments that foster academic success. Despite their vital role, our Indigenous institutes continue to face significant funding shortfalls that jeopardize essential programs and therefore educational opportunities, and hinders the recruitment and retention of qualified personnel. Despite these ongoing financial challenges, our Indigenous institutes achieve impressive graduation rates of 90% while responding to urgent First Nations needs with graduates of accredited programs. This happens because the institutes are committed to our nations, our communities, and our families. Sustainable, long-term, equitable core funding for our training in post-secondary institutions is urgently needed to sustain and grow the institutes. First Nations mandated Indigenous institutes are advocating for a commitment to these crucial funding considerations and sustainable long-term, equitable core operational and capital funding for their operations and infrastructure. It is time for both the federal and provincial government to honor their commitments and obligations to fund and respect First Nations control of First Nations education.
Thank you. Chief Hill, seconder, looks like is in the middle of something. You're okay? Okay, very good. Just in terms of process, to let you know, it looks like there were amendments made from the original version, and as Chief Hill indicated, those amendments are in blue. The version I read is the amended version. So the version that you have handed out now is the amended version. The changes were not major changes. It changed the word Indigenous to First Nations. And there was another addition, paragraph 2 in the whereas. If we can just scroll up to paragraph 2. Just to note, but that is the version that I read into the record and also the version that you have in front of you. Paragraph 2 under whereas. I just want to confirm that that's what I read. Yes, it is. Okay. So the resolution before you, it's self-explanatory. Floor is open. Any comments, questions, discussion? Comments on the resolution? Last call? If not, I'm going to call for question. Any opposition to the resolution as amended? No opposition, abstentions? I see none. All in favor, raise your hand, please. Miigwech. Thank you. Resolution carried. Next resolution is Resolution 17. We can have 17 up on the screen. It's titled Initiatives in Enhancement of Procurement and Supply Chains of Ontario First Nations. It's moved by Chief R. Don Miracle, who is present, seconded by Chief Duckworth, who is also present. So the resolution reads, if we can go down to the operative clause of the resolution, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, one, direct the Ontario Regional Chief, together with the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector, to engage and call upon the province and the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs, IAO, to mandate and implement a minimum 5% procurement from First Nation businesses by Ontario ministries as soon as possible, and report on the results of this discussion in the next Assembly of Chiefs. 2, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to engage with the Indigenous Affairs Ontario, IAO, and Supply Ontario to obtain reports on both current and historical First Nation businesses at any level of granularity available. Additionally, request that these parties include segregated First Nation reporting in their future procurement data collection efforts, provided that OCAP principles regarding collection of First Nations data are respected. 3, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to seek funding for and to A, establish a technical working group to develop, propose, and finalize a certification process and seal of authenticity for First Nation-owned businesses driven by an established set of definitions being listed on the Chiefs of Ontario First Nation Business Portal Directory. B, engage the technical working group to develop, propose, and finalize a structure and process for continued record keeping of all business to ensure the continued relevance of Chiefs of Ontario First Nation Business Directory. Number 4, direct the Chiefs of Ontario Economic Development Sector to seek continued funding for the operation process of the Chiefs of Ontario First Nation Business Directory, and also to seek continued funding for building each First Nation's capacity in certification of First Nation businesses on their reserves and traditional territories. So that's the resolution. Chief Miracle, as the mover, do you want to speak to it?
There needs to be a policy for Ontario for procurement for the Aboriginal businesses. Also, the directory will help them find, you know, what services the businesses provide to help this policy work better. There would just be one change in number 1. Instead of the words "as soon as possible," that can be defined to take years and years and years. I would say Ontario Ministries immediately change the word "as soon as possible," number 1, to immediately. The second line from the bottom on number 1, take out the words "as soon as possible" and insert "immediately." Because we give them time, they're going to take an awful long time. But I think the rest of it's pretty self-explanatory. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Miracle. So the addition is, so it now reads, First Nation businesses by Ontario Ministries immediately and report on the results of, so that's good, Chief Miracle? Okay. Chief Duckworth.
Thank you. I just wanted to draw the attention to the chiefs in the room that in Ontario there has been many announcements regarding businesses and billions of dollars from a federal injection of money and billions of dollars for the Ontario injection of money to create all of these, you know, new, I'm going to say battery plants or, you know, battery cars. But what's concerning is the lack of procurement that's available for the First Nations and a list where we're able to look to that to be able to have procurement opportunities. And I draw the attention to the Assembly that Minister Rickford had a new title added to his portfolio a week and a half ago, where he is now the Indigenous Economic Development person. So I think it speaks to the chiefs of Ontario to be able to have a log and have that accessible so that we're able to enjoy and take part in, you know, what we've known as commerce and trade, and be able to be recognized so our businesses are used. So I say miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you, Chief Duckworth. Of course, speaking in support of the resolution. The floor is open. If there's any comments, questions on the resolution. While I'm doing that, we have one more resolution after this. And then if Chief Miracle has a resolution ready. So again, one more resolution after this, and then Chief Miracle, your resolution, if it's ready, immediately after that. No more comments, so the resolution is before you. I'm going to call for question. All in favor, please raise your hand. Miigwech, thank you. Opposition? I see none. Abstentions? I see none. Resolution is carried. Thank you. Resolution number 19. We're going to have resolution number 19 up on the screen. Before we deal with that, just to let you know, as part of the rules of procedure, if there are any documents to be disseminated or presented on the floor, that has to be sanctioned by Chiefs of Ontario. I've been advised there's a document that has just been handed out that has not been sanctioned by Chiefs of Ontario. We recognize that sort of after the fact, and that we put a stop to it. The document is titled Inside the Brain School. That's not sanctioned by Chiefs of Ontario. Just wanted to let you know. One more resolution, and then Chief Miracle, I'm hoping the other resolution is being prepared. It is? Okay, very good. All right, resolution number 19. If I can have it up on the screen. It's titled Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Funding 2024. It's moved by Chief Tim Thompson, who is present. Seconder is Chief Moore Frappier, who, oh, there she is. Yes, both are present. The resolution reads, I'll have it up on the screen in a second here. It reads, therefore be resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, one, based on Ontario's allocation of the National Funding Formula, Direct Employment and Social Development Canada, to release and distribute the remaining fiscal years of the Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Framework funding, as previously directed by Chiefs in Assembly Resolution number 1419, based on the Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership Funding Formula. That's 50% of the 0 to 12 on-reserve population, 40% base, and 10% remoteness. Number 2, based on Ontario's allocation, agree that the Chiefs of Ontario will receive a $350,000 carve-out from the Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Framework funding to support the work of the Chiefs of Ontario Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Regional Table. This will cover technician support for travel, accommodation, and meeting expenses. It will further use the funds for a frontline worker regional conference and meetings as necessary. Finally, it will support Chiefs of Ontario capacity for policy and legal work. 3, direct that the Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership Funding Formula be applied to all funding sources under the Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Framework, including the capital, programs and services, leadership and governance, and transformative action funds. This formula will be applied until a needs-based allocation formula is determined or until the agreement exhausts. Number 4, acknowledge that this funding model does not account for the high costs of service delivery in northern communities, small communities, or communities with high population. The model does not account for historical underfunding, infrastructure, human resource or capacity funding, or the costs of language and cultural programming, and is based on an inadequate population data set. Number 5, demand all provincial and federal programs that provide early learning and childcare services, programs, policy, legislation, funding, and coordination to secure funding increases to be funded to the legal standard of substantive equality. Enabling the legal standard of substantive equality in the early learning and childcare sector will ensure that First Nations are enabled to determine their early years and childcare needs. Number 6, direct the Chiefs of Ontario social sector to seek necessary funding for and to prepare a report on systemic discrimination in the early years and childcare system for Ontario. This report will specifically examine how the legal standard of substantive equality can be enabled across the services and programs available for childcare and early years funding. So that's the resolution. Mover or seconder, do you wish to speak to the resolution? Microphone 4, Chief Thompson.
So the Chief Thompson, Mohawks of Akwesasne proxy. So the ELCC, the Ontario First Nations, are in need of early learning and childcare regional funding allocation resolutions to access designated federal funding. After the national allocation decision, Employment and Social Development Canada approached Ontario First Nations for a regional allocation decision. Historically, this has been done on a year-to-year basis using the interim formula, Ontario First Nations Limited Partnerships. There is a deadline to get this funding flowing to First Nations, and that is June 15th, 2024. In year 2018-19, there was a late decision made or no decision made, and First Nations lost $1.98 million. So that won't happen again if we get this passed today and we get the paperwork flowing. Yala?
Yeah, this is really just to expedite this process, so.
Miigwech, mover and seconder. Floor is open, microphone 4.
Anna Betty Achnibanashkam, proxy for Wawakabewan. I support all that therefore be it resolved, but under the whereas, if I could get an amendment on item 16. The document, the resolution that the leadership has right now reads, however, Anishinaabe Nation opposes the use of Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership funding formula due to its inadequate weighing of remoteness. I am requesting an amendment to read, however, Anishinaabe Nation has raised concerns that OFNLP funding does not adequately address the unique challenge and cost associated with remoteness.
Okay, so we're just getting that amendment on the screen.
Yeah, we did make that request to have that amended yesterday to the committee, but it did not, wasn't amended before the resolution hit the floor. Miigwech.
Okay, miigwech. So I'm going to have the technical staff highlighted in yellow. And I'm now realizing that the version on the screen has purple. And I don't know if there's any other, but I did read into the record the entire resolution. The version I have is not color-coded, but I did read the entire version. My understanding is the version that was on the screen. So the new change is the last paragraph under section 16 of the whereas. It would say, however, NAN, did you want the other version had the full Anishinaabe Nation? And I think that's what I thought I heard. So it reads, however, Anishinaabe Nation has raised concerns that OFNLP funding does not adequately address the unique challenges associated with remoteness. Mover, are you okay with that? Seconder? Okay, very good. Deputy Grand Chief Ajani Meneskam, does that do it?
Yes.
Okay, I should have asked you first. Okay, thank you. Chief Miracle.
I agree with the remoteness comments made by my colleague, but I'd also like to include that it doesn't address the challenges with large populations, with First Nations that have large populations.
So you're suggesting an amendment?
Yeah, both be included.
Okay.
Because this is, I would understand, another interim formula until another one's developed. So does this apply just for this year?
So I'm just looking at the screen behind you, and I'm going to ask if this does it for you. So it reads, nor does it address challenges associated with large populations.
With First Nations with large populations.
Okay, so we'll make that change. It now reads, nor does it address challenges associated with First Nations with large populations. Chief Miracle, are you okay with that? I think that's what I heard. Mover? Yes, seconder? Okay. Very good. Chief King.
Chief Wilfred King, Kiasagi Anishinaabe, Gulbay First Nation. Gulbay's caught in a unique situation. We're not a big community, we're a mid-sized community, and yet we're not far enough to be considered remote, but yet we are. I think the formula's got to take those communities into consideration. So I agree with my friend here that he has a large community and it's not addressing their needs. And I agree with my friends in the north that yes, they have unique circumstances, but there are a lot of First Nation communities that are semi-remote that are impacted as well. So I just want to complain, that's all.
Thank you, Chief King. So I don't think I hear an amendment there. Floor is open. Second call. Final call. Any comments, questions? Questions being called. All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Any opposition? I see none. Abstentions? I see none, so resolution is carried. Thank you. So, Chiefs, there's one more. We had the discussion earlier about a new resolution that would be brought forward. I don't have a copy yet. Oh, perfect timing. So here is the resolution. There's a two-part process. I need a motion to accept that we table or bring forward this resolution, and then if so, then we'll deal with it. So the resolution, I don't even know if we can have it on the screen yet. Oh, there it is. So it would be Resolution 2420. It's titled Support for the FNTI Rebuild. The mover is Chief Ardon Maracle, who's here. Seconder is Chief King, who's here. And the resolution would read, whereas in February 2022, the First Nations Technical Institute's FNTI Aviation Technology Program facility was destroyed in a fire. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, one, call on Canada and Ontario to provide capital funding to refurbish the airport at Tyendinaga Mohawk Airport, where the FNTI Aviation Technology Program operates aviation training for First Nation students across Canada. So that's the resolution. I require a mover and a seconder for the motion. Chief Maracle, you're moving?
Well, just this facility is very critical. It's provided aviation training for many of the pilots who do fly goods and services into the northern communities.
So you're moving to adopt or accept, okay. Chief King, you're seconding the motion?
I'm moving that resolution.
I'll be seconding that resolution to have it entertained, but again, I don't want to step on anybody's toes. We need the chief's approval.
Yes. So this is just a motion. So you're moving, Chief Maracle, Chief King, you're seconding the motion. Is there any opposition to looking at this resolution? Any opposition? I see none, so the motion is carried. We will now read it into the record. So again, Resolution 2024, titled Support for the FNTI Rebuild. The mover is Chief Ardon Maracle. Seconder is Chief King. It reads, therefore be it resolved that we, the Chiefs in Assembly, call on Canada and Ontario to provide capital funding to refurbish the airport at Tyendinaga Mohawk Airport, where the FNTI Aviation Technology Program operates aviation training for First Nations students across Canada. So that's the resolution. Mover, you want to speak to it again?
Just that the service is critical to provide pilots. They'll retire. There's more pilots needed in the future to keep flying goods and services to remote airports.
Thank you. Chief King, seconder.
Yeah, I second the resolution. I hope Chief Don Maracle forgives me now. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Floor is open.
Well, I believe in family unity, so I won't hold anything against my twin brother here.
We're all cousins. Second call. Final call. Any comments, questions, discussion? I see none. All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. Opposition? None. Abstentions? None. Thank you. Resolution is carried. So, Chiefs, that concludes. That's all the resolutions we have. If I'm mistaken, somebody let me know. No, okay. Thank you. We will now proceed with our closing and some of the... Okay. I'll turn it over to Vera.
Miigwech, good job, Adam. I'm going to invite Grand Chief Joel Abram to come and do his presentation on economic development update. Grand Chief.
All right, folks, I'm going to speak very slowly. I'm just kidding, I won't. All right, so I'm going to just, you have the presentation, I'm assuming. But if you don't, hopefully somebody can email it to you. I'm not gonna go into detail or read everything that's on there, but I'm gonna go briefly over because I know people will have to go and whatnot. There's only one section I want to talk a little bit more about. But again, the background, we have a relatively new department here, a sector at COO. which is economic development. We have the prosperity table, and we have a corresponding banking and taxation subtable. We also have an employment table and supply chain and procurement project. We also work with the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs, Ministry of Labor, Immigration Training, Skills Development, MLITSD, to ensure that the Chiefs Committee on ECDEV is aware of the current government programming. So I am the chair of that. We also have Chiefs counselors and technical reps, you know, the usual structures that we do have. Next slide. Oh yeah, is there a clicker here? Do I control that? All right, let me see. Oh, there we go. What the heck? All right. All right, next slide, Joel. There we go. All right, so here's some of the prosperity table highlights. So we have a lot of meetings. You can read all about them there. ADM Rebecca Ramsaran, that's kind of a fun name to say. On September 22nd, December 18th. Also Deputy Minister Sean Batiste, February 23rd of this year. And we're illuminating the policy areas, mutual interest. And some of the things that they may have some money coming out is in food security. There's going to be immediate, medium-term, long-term funding available, hopefully. So things like immediate need stuff for food bank, and then longer-term stuff at their gardens and greenhouse stuff. Hopefully we can get you more information on that. Remote programming, and also initiating a budget exercise on the First Nation economic development front. And it does sound like they've made a new thing on economic reconciliation, which is great. Also, Ministry of Finance and was it the Ontario Securities Commission gave a presentation, and so they want to get First Nations involved more in capital markets, which we think is great. Also, we have provided updates on our progress made on the excise tax and banking issue. Recently, Quest Trade has reached out. They want to meet with us, so we'll be meeting with them soon because they're looking to get a Schedule I bank going as well, see if there's any synergies. Also, we met with a U.S. Consulate General Baxter Hunt. And so we talked about cross-border mobility issues. We know that a lot of people have. Also, shared policy priorities, trade agreements, and there's also apparently the DOD has funding available for First Nations. Anyway, so we'll get more information on that when we can. Excise tax, this is kind of the area where I want to talk a bit more about. These things are options that we're looking at. We did get a memo, legal memo done on this, and there's some options in there which you can read about the FACT sales tax framework. Some of them is probably a no-go, but we're just going to, you know, we have to look into all the options on this stuff. But one thing I think we should get an update sooner rather than later on is there's a court case. Again, Quebec has recently been approving grounds for court cases revolving First Nation rights. And let me tell you, I think, okay, thank you, ORC. All right, anyway, the landscape of First Nation rights is rapidly changing. There's that Bill C-92 challenge for Quebec came to the Supreme Court, and for the first time, the Supreme Court said UNDRIP is now federal law, so free prior informed consent is now federal law. And also, there's a recent court case, also in Quebec, about Quebec versus two Mohawk businessmen, White and Montour, around the payment of excise tax. They brought in a whole bunch of tobacco. They didn't pay the tax. They got criminal charges. And the Quebec Supreme Court says, get out of here with that stuff. Because they found that treaties, there's one called the Covenant Chain Treaty. I don't know if you ever heard of that one. That was between the Mohawks and the British. And it's basically a 3-link silver chain. And if there's an issue with the relationship, you're supposed to shake that chain. And then the other person feels it, and then you get together, and you know what happens if you don't shine a silver chain, it gets tarnished. So they do an exercise called polishing the chain. And back in 2020, remember when the Wet'suwet'en blockade stuff happened, and the Mohawks at MBQ did end up blockading the tracks. Minister Miller at the time, he said, I'm invoking the Silver Covenant chain to meet with the Mohawks to discuss this issue. And so Quebec is trying to say that treaty is no good anymore. But we have a modern-day example of a federal minister saying, yes, that treaty is still good. So and they actually have 13 arguments. So that has a real potential of getting to the Supreme Court as well. And also, the Quebec court found that First Nations have that right to economic development. And this imposition of these taxes, I think that's something we should probably get a really good legal breakdown on that particular court case, because it's going to be very impactful, especially if it does get to that Supreme Court. And just FYI, AIAI is going to be intervening in that case to support that as well. So excise tax is a very rapidly evolving area. All right. Want to control that for me? I'm just kidding. All right. Schedule 1 bank, again, we're looking into this as well. Acquiring financial self-determination rights. If you have a bank, you can create money out of thin air. So we're still doing we're doing feasibility on this right now. And so we got this proposal to the Ministry of IAO, and we're also looking for other funding for that proposed feasibility and legal study. And so we did get some feedback, and so we're looking into this. And we know that it'll be a very good thing if we can get this done and get that Schedule 1 bank. We did have a resolution passed last June on this. And anyway, that's what banks do. They create money out of nothing. All right, let me see here. We're still working on this. We just got stopped when we need more money to basically get these scope of work actually done and initiated. Food security. We know that food security or food sovereignty, it's a big priority for us. There was a resolution fighting rising inflation, and so we did get a discussion paper drafted, and we're looking at the rise in day-to-day costs for First Nations, and food is a big part of that. And so we have a subtable on that with a focus on that, and we've been collaborating with other sectors such as health and education and to ensuring food security for First Nations youth and students. And we're going to be we're going to incorporate a lot of the data that we got into our next budget submission from the prosperity table to include some of the stuff on around food security, especially when it comes to kids, right? But again, this kind of goes back to what we wanted to do with our Ontario special study with child welfare is family-centered, right? If you got a healthy family that has the basics, then you're more likely going to have healthy kids going forward. These are all things that with relation to the prosperity table, FYI. Let me see. How do I go back? Did I go back? Okay, I got my things in wrong order here. All right. Banking, food security, prosperity table. Next steps. Oh, I forgot to turn it over. All right. Preparing a new budget submission. Again, I just mentioned that in the last slide. And again, this might be impacted if there is a provincial election coming up. But again, IFIs, AFNIDA, and other stakeholders are being engaged in preparation of the budget. And so we're in a process of getting a consultant to help prepare that submission. And we want to also, again, acquire funding support for that Schedule 1 bank feasibility study. And also we're identifying more federal contacts in relation to that. And we want to expand that programming to address other active barriers facing First Nations. And a lot of us, we don't have a lot of data for this stuff. So we're trying to get research and get programming partners and get a strategy and to help you guys to enact and enforce your sovereignty and jurisdiction over your lands in areas such as energy, commercial fishing, provincial parks, protected lands, and also forestry. So give you the tools to do what you need to do. I'm a big believer in sovereignty means providing for yourself in a lot of ways. So if you have the tools to do that, you'll be in a much better place, I think. Supply chain and procurement. again, this is underway. We're trying to, we really need a lot of help and encouragement. So if you can encourage businesses in your First Nation, we do want to get a portal together. And if we can get businesses registered with this portal, we know now that governments are going to be going onto this portal and looking for First Nations businesses that they can get products and services from. But we're having issues right now with businesses wanting to register with this or doing that. So I understand that this is it's through the Chiefs of Ontario website, and part of this is supply chain mapping to know exactly what kind of products and services that First Nations businesses and entrepreneurs can provide. And so that's going to really enable better visibility to connect and drive one another while allowing for, again, like I said, better discovery of our products for government or private, because private corporations can go in here and say, oh, we need so much, it would look good for us to have so much First Nations business going on. So our initial steps that we did, we had a draft survey and we got that design of the portal, and we did a couple engagement sessions late last year. Remember I did a video that we showed at these things, and so we're trying to find out more ways to engage with communities and businesses particularly. We did have engagement sessions with 20+ First Nation communities, and we're trying to continue those. Where our COO supply chain policy analysts and our IFSD consultants are traveling to receive feedback from First Nations business people on that draft listing tool and capture of business data collaborations. And we also want to get a certification procedure for these businesses and also get collaborative partnerships to leverage resources and ensure our approach is really integrated and synergistic with where people want to go. So that's a big part of some of our stuff that we're doing. And again, some of the next steps on the supply chain procurement. Again, we want to get a certification process for business, and the main aim is to empower First Nations by having each First Nation in control of the certification and the businesses that you do that for. And again, we're partnering with OFNIDA to have targeted information and data collection sessions across Ontario. This is just because we want to find out what kind of businesses are out there and give them opportunities. And our strategy involves, we have a mix of in-person and virtual stuff, outreaches alongside data aggregation and verification of bulk data collected. And so again, we want to have information campaigns out there, and we're trying to figure out, we want to use social media a little bit more to broaden our reach and engagement. And again, we remain committed to the advocacy for a minimum 5% procurement mandate at the provincial level, and hopefully we can get it even higher. I heard somebody say 30% in some areas, but we have to know that we have businesses that can fulfill those types of percentages. And also, we want to be able to talk with the provincial government to cut that red tape. There's some barriers to First Nation businesses taking part in procurement, particularly when it comes to bonding. There's a lot of barriers there, so we want to. When I told Doug Ford that, cut red tape, he was like, oh, he gobbled that up. He loves that term anyway. So hopefully he'll help us to do that. Okay, so we want to unveil that first iteration of the supply chain mapping portal by the end of the year ahead. And so hopefully, maybe by November, we can unveil it at our Chiefs Assembly in the fall. So that would be nice. Okay, I'm trying to hurry. Employment table. We were set up to work on a development of First Nation employment service with political representation from PTOs and the usual characters anyway. And we had a motion through the Leadership Council in April, and to have that working group. And so we also have people from ISETAs. It used to be called ARDAs, and also Niigaaniin and OW representatives, because those are the people within our First Nations that generally deal with employment, either through your ISETA program or through your OW program generally. And so we want to make sure that we want to co-develop common principles, and whatever, and a lot of this is kind of driven by what the province is doing, but they've exempted First Nations from this program. We want to make sure that whatever happens is going to be an enhancement and not take away from stuff that's already happening at your First Nation level. And I guess at the end of the day, we want to learn about all the service models that are out there and look at all the approaches, challenges, and some of the best practices. And we want to try to come up with a comprehensive employment services framework, and it'll help us identify gaps too in some of the challenges, and hopefully we'll get a real good picture of that. Finally, our next steps on this is to establish that joint table on employment services, because I remember maybe 10, 12 years ago, we did have an ARDA working group that met regionally within a province, and they wanted to meet. I kind of take some blame because they said, we should meet regularly. What should we call ourselves? And I said, what about ARDA Holders of Ontario, or AHO for short? And then kind of fell apart after that. But since then, that has not really had the political support it deserves. I'm sorry for that. But we have this table now to look at that, because ISETA needs to be supported, because we know the ISETA holders are sort of set in stone. And I believe that First Nations, if you want to hold an ISETA on your own and you have that capability to do that, you should be able to do that. So we should be supporting ISETAs politically as well. So we want to facilitate regular meetings of the working group, joint table, and the ministry, and develop that First Nations framework for employment services, and have a labor market survey that'll capture the latest data on First Nations employment, which would shed light on the employment realities within First Nation communities. One of the things I keep saying is that the fastest growing segment of society in Canada is First Nations youth. I think we all know that our youth probably make up to 40%, I think, maybe, of our populations. And where there's a gap, of course, we have to, maybe we can align those things, whether it's in the trades or wherever it is, because I have a feeling they're going to be cutting down on immigration soon from all fear I hear over that. The rates are too high, how they can't find enough housing. But we have a lot of First Nations youth that could probably jump into a lot of these positions. And so we need more supports for trade schools, training, and all those other kind of things to support our youth as they go on. And also, I see a lot of graduation posts on social media, so congratulations to all our graduates. I just love to see our youth out there accomplishing things wherever they are and moving on to bigger and better things in our lives. But anyway, so that's it for my presentation. And if you have any questions, Arvind is here somewhere. There he is right there. So thank you, everyone. Any questions? No? Okay. Oh, I want to have a vote on something. All those in favor of impersonating horses, say aye. All those opposed? Do I hear any nays? Just kidding. All right. All right, thank you, everybody.
Miigwech, Grand Chief, and that is our next presenters are not available, so we're going to just move right along here and invite our youth co-chair to go through the next agenda items. Ramon. You're going to invite the knowledge keepers and the youth people, and then we're going to do the ceremony, and then Ontario Regional Chief is going to do his remarks, and then whatever it says on your paper.
I was wondering, because they're getting ready. I want to keep them waiting there while we talk.
You follow the agenda.
Oh. Okay, I see that there's a question over there. All right, microphone forward, please.
The world commemorated the landing on Juno Beach, the 80th anniversary of that, and we had First Nations veterans who were part of that. A former chief of my community, Robert Melville Hill, was there on that dreadful day and helped carry many bodies, thousands of bodies, off of the beach after the invasion started. And so a lot of our warriors fell there and are buried in that cemetery. So I wonder if we could either have a minute of silence or maybe a drum song to honor their service. The world is doing it, why aren't we?
So, yes, okay. Everyone, please, can we have a minute of silence for the veterans? And while we have an honor song. Miigwech Young Tribe for that honor song. So to move on with our closing, I'd like to ask the Knowledge Keepers and the Youth Council to come up to give reflections.
Okay. So, we come together as 133 First Nations on Turtle Island, and each nation comes here with their own customs and practices from their own nations. The Knowledge Keepers met this morning to discuss these matters about our own traditions and practices. Now, you'll recall that one of the occurring themes of those running for office the other day was unity, working together, and togetherness. So, to that end, the Knowledge Keepers met and they felt that there needs to be a symbol of unity. And the Eagle staff represents that. It represents unity and togetherness. And we said it should be presented at all our meetings, carried in by the Ontario Regional Chief. We talked about in our circle to develop a long-term solution to look after our Eagle staff, somebody to keep it for us. We've taken measures on a short term to be able to look after it, but we will be meeting again to discuss it further, to talk about what we're going to do in the long run, and we will solve that. When we were talking together, we talked about how different nations have their own customs and practices. And you know, we saw some of that when we first came here, about which way they should walk in the circle, to the right or to the left. It was clear to see. And so we have to respect the way different nations and different places honor their customs. We have to do that. And so when we have the Eagle staff, we really said that, well, that represents unity. It doesn't tread on any other custom that that First Nation would have, with the exception that this represents unity. So when the ORC walks in and plants this staff, that's what it represents. What will happen beyond that would be the custom of where we're at that time, at what First Nation that we're at, or territory that we're at. And so we don't want to tread on anybody's customs. And the Knowledge Keepers talk long and hard about that. We just don't want to do that. We want to be honorable and respectful to everybody in the room. And again, I think it's wise to say exactly how we began this meeting when I first got up here. When I simply said, and a simple statement that came from my mom, and it's so simple and so real. And it's in our language, in Ojibwe, that says, "Yagwasago netong kajikino magzian." Watch you don't lose the way you were taught. Wewened megaga ganoendan. You keep that well. The Creator gave you that. That is you, and that we should remember that and respect one another and to be honoring who we are as an individual. The other part is we have to know where we come from. We have to realize that. We have to know who we are as an individual. And the last part is, what are our responsibilities? We need to know our responsibilities in walking forward. And so having said those last couple of things, I think is something that you can take home and think about. Because our culture, our practices, and being us belongs to us. And nobody can take that away from us. It's sacred to us as we're moving forward. And we need to hang on to that dearly. When I hear things like somebody says, "Andrip, you have the rights. You have rights." And then when we move forward using that language, we find that, no, it doesn't fit. It's something that we need to develop ourselves, not somebody else telling us. We say that over and over and over again. So it's got to be about us as a people. And I so hope that we can stick with that. The other thing I'd like to mention, and quite boldly, is that we need to come together even a little bit more. We all know that in our hearts, that is our wish, to be together in these meetings. North, south, east, west, central. We've got to do that. That is our challenge moving forward. I don't know how many years now that I've attended these meetings, and the same thing occurs. We have to do it together. We have to be together. And so I wish that you would take that to heart and be together and do that. Meet the responsibility that's been given to us by the Creator and by this very forum to do things together, to do it as a family. The other thing that I'd like to tell you, and again, quite boldly, I really honestly admire our new ORC regional chief. I want to tell you honestly, I watched him work. I watched what he can do and what he is capable of doing, capable of. Very effective in his presentations, and I admired that. So moving forward, I think we have good leadership. I think that we have the proper people in the room to be able to move forward in a good way. And if we continue to look at the whole picture saying, in my language, saying, "Kakina Gebejgomen," we are all one. And if we move forward in that fashion, there will be nothing but success. So those are some words from us from my colleagues as knowledge keepers. And I want you to know that this is only a little bit of what we talked about this morning, because we had a good long discussion about traditions and practices. And we wanted to honor everybody and be able to understand the way it's practiced in the territory that we're in. And we will continue to talk about that. And I want you to understand that the practice of our Eagle staff represents unity, togetherness. And each time that we bring it out there, that's what needs to be understood. Miigwech.
About the carrier.
I don't know if I can mention that. So I'm just reminded that we also are getting a carrier for that flag, okay? And we have an interim carrier for the flag. The flag was actually, no, you got me confused. There's the sacred bundle, and the flag is part of it, right? Yes. And so we want to have a caretaker for that as well, right? For our sacred bundle. So we're going to do that, and we have the help of the coup staff to do that. Okay. And you know what? I'm getting tired too, you know? I'm like you guys. So getting a little bit absent-minded here. But anyway, we are going to meet with the ORC. We are going to meet with the staff of coup to solve this matter of looking after our medicine bundle. Okay?
Miigwech to our knowledge keepers for that. And I'd like to ask reflections from the Youth Council.
Hello, good afternoon, Chiefs and Assembly. I would like to say Chimigwech or Yango to the Ongwe people whose land and territory we are gathered on here today to have this amazing assembly here this week. I would like to also acknowledge the traditional election process that we as young people have been very fortunate enough to witness. And this is actually a very historical moment for us as young people, as this is something that we want to continue to bring into these circles and these spaces, and as well as something that we would hopefully bring into our own chief and council election process over the next few decades. So this was a very memorable experience for myself, and I'm sure the rest of the Young People's Council. Now, as some of you may or may not know, this is my last assembly here with the Chiefs of Ontario as the Anishinaabe Nation female representative, and I would just like to say thank you, a huge Chimigwech to the Chiefs of Ontario, and as well as leadership for providing me with these opportunities and these experiences to speak and voice my opinion, as well as speak on behalf of Anishinaabe Kwe across Ontario. That being said, I also want to continue to spread the message of how important it is for these spaces, for us as young people to be in these sorts of circles, and I will continue to spread the message of having a Young People's Council within your own territories, within your own chief and councils. I think we have acknowledged already, but our new Chi Ogima has previously been on many youth councils, as well as the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council, and he is proof that having youth come up here and share their opinions and voice themselves really does put you in a very good position of future leadership. And these are all future leaders behind me, and I hope that one day I will be sitting here as a leader in this circle with the Chiefs of Ontario, and maybe even Che Ogima one day. So, thank you. So thank you to the Chiefs of Ontario for your time and having me, Mikos, or Caitlin Peters, be the Anishinaabe Nation representative. And the new representative now is Tara Roy. Chimigwech.
Sego Sewagwego, Ariel Yunjet, Wataganagare. Hello, everybody. My name is Ariel Berwick, and I'm from Watamohawk Territory. I want to thank you so much to all the leadership who have helped me and taught me over the past 3 years on my term with not only the AIAI Youth Council, but also the OFNYPC. To all the youth who are watching and are here today, keep pushing to achieve your dreams. This is my final address to the Chiefs in Assembly, but my work for the young people isn't over. I just get to do it from another area now. So Nawagoa, thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity. I just want to give recognition to the sacred items and everyone here today, and hope everyone travels home safely. Nawagoa, thank you.
Wajay Misaway, Tequachinus and Caswan, Moose Factory, Neshtek, Sechuan Duchin. You might have seen me up here a couple times already, but my name is Tequachikan. I'm co-chair of our Ontario First Nations Young People's Council, and I just want to commend everyone who's still here. It's been a long week, but it's been a good week, and there's lots of good work being done, and as always, I'm grateful to have the privilege to witness it and see all this good work that's being done, and to witness an election. This was my first ORC election. And I just want to also just recognize that as much as we're being reactive, we have to remember to always be proactive as well. And when you think about the future, you think about our youth. So that always starts with our youth, and think about them and a lot of issues that are in our communities. If we don't want to see those continue, we have to remember to support our youth so that they can move on to be these future leaders. They'll be sitting in your seats one day. So as always, think of your youth. And also on that note, as youth, we're always learning, even though some, like myself, are becoming more elder youth. We're always learning. And when these learning opportunities arise, I really, really want to emphasize not shaming us or avoiding shame. I know as Indigenous people, we've been taught way too much in our lifetimes and lifetimes past to feel shame, and there's no reason for these cycles to continue. And always speak kindly to others, especially our young people, and also yourself. And that's all I wanted to say. Miigwech and safe travels to everybody.
Chimigwech Teya, Buju, Joshko Nimki Kwadidachikaz Bakachana Nunjaba Makwadodam Anishinaabe Kwayandao. Hello everyone, my name is Jade Sony, but my Ojibwe Newswind translates to Blue Thunder Woman. I'm of the Bear Clan, and I'm from Bakechanong unceded territory. I am pleased to be standing here representing the IFN, all the 12 communities, including my own. It was an amazing opportunity to be here and a part of the election process, as it was my first time. I stand with CHOP and Gordon Baugh's work in the traditional standing election. As a youth, I'm grateful to carry on these traditions, not only this election, but there is a solar eclipse a few months ago, and I was called upon the women pipe carriers and the elders to be a shkabewis, a helper, for them to conduct the ceremony, the solar eclipse ceremony. They told me to listen carefully and take everything in and say everything and do everything. Sorry. Take everything we do and say inside your mind and soul, because we won't be there to conduct this ceremony again for the next solar eclipse. But with that statement, I'm here today taking everything in, this election process, because I'm learning many important teachings this past year, and I'm so proud of myself, and I'm so proud of everybody here. Moving forward, Chimigwech, newly elected ORC, Abraham Benedict. He's also from the IFN, so it's amazing that we have an IFN ORC now. Please remember that we are not working against each other, but with each other. Chimigwech, Miu.
Buju, Zalbanis and Dishnakaz, Hatikan Dutam, Wapsamungan Dunji. I just want to say Chimigwech for being so welcoming to me. I was originally not going to attend this assembly, but at the last minute I decided to just come. And I'm really happy that I did. I witnessed so many amazing things this week. And it kind of gave me the motivation to keep on going with all the youth initiatives that I'm a part of, because I was questioning whether I was on the right path or not. But being here, being surrounded by so many beautiful people and so many new experiences has really lit that fire that I need to keep on moving forward with my healing. I just want to say Chimigwech for having me here. Chimigwech.
Oh, wow. I really enjoyed this ACA, and it was my first time co-chairing, and it was a learning experience, definitely, especially today, but I have it ingrained in my brain now. If I ever come back as a co-chair, or, you know, sit at these tables here or be one of your staff. But I just wanted to speak that I've been on this path of trying to learn how to be a leader, and I watch every single one of you in the room, even though I don't particularly know your name right off the bat. I do recognize a lot of your faces from a lot of these assemblies that I went to. And I'm grateful you weren't too hard on me on the resolutions. I was able to handle that a bit. And I'm grateful that I'm here with my fellow council members. Even though I only known them for about 9 months, we've gotten pretty close. And I want to be there for them as much as that they're there for me. So I want to say miigwech, and I guess I'll go off on my motorcycle. Yeah. Yes.
Just making a small joke with my colleague saying, how do I follow that? I don't have any cool glasses. I could take these off, but I can't see anybody now. But first of all, I'd like to start. I'll try and make it as quick as possible. First of all, I want to acknowledge Gimma Hill for allowing us to come to your territory, a beautiful community of 6 nations of the Grand River, as well as our staffs and our bundles that are here, and as well as our knowledge keepers, our Kwewuk, our elders, our knowledge keepers everywhere in this room, in the Zoom lodge as well. I also want to acknowledge the chiefs, the counselors, the proxies, our new ORC. It was a very historic year this year, in my eyes. I've been a part of 2 elections with the Chiefs of Ontario, as well as 2 or 3 with the Anishinaabeg Nation. And it's beautiful to see, and the things that I want to reiterate, we'd be here for all day if I were to do it all, and I don't want to keep everybody. I know a lot of the Gimmock here chiefs are busy people, as well as everybody here, and you all want to get back to our families and our homes, our own beds. I know I'm missing mine. As a youth, when I first came onto these councils, I was very, very biased because I didn't know the processes. There's a lot of learning I've done in 6-7 years of being on these councils of what our leadership has to go through on the daily. I can speak from my own experiences at home with my mother, Linda Dabowski, now the new Grand Council Chief of the Anishinaabeg Nation. I was around for when she would get phone calls at 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning of crises, of families going through crisis or communities going through crisis, or how many days that we've missed with our families coming to these assemblies. I also want to reiterate the words of the youth that we got to keep forging forward. A lot of times, and I'll be very honest, that's the way I was raised, to shoot straight and tell the truth, even if it is blunt. There's some conversations in this assembly that us youth, and I know some chiefs have even said, we've been talking about this for 20 years, 30 years. This organization, this Chiefs of Ontario, we're one big family here. And I love that I can say wache to my brothers and sisters of the North, ani, bojo to my Anishinaabeg brothers and sisters, and of course, sego to my Haudenosaunee brothers and sisters. I'm still learning, so don't chastise me too much on that. But we got to keep forging forward, and I actually want to reiterate what my colleague Caitlin said. In a few years' time, 10 years, 3 years, 1 year, a youth could be in your position. And I'm not saying I want to be in any of those positions right now because I see and I saw firsthand what it was like, and I don't think I'm ready for that yet. But as words of one of my late Getsits from home who passed on, and a lot of my teachers, don't be scared or ashamed to start training your successor. Meaning, I guarantee a lot of the leadership in this room sees a youth in their community that's not here, that has good potential, that understands, who could be in academia, who could be in the working field. bring them along, train them. And I know there's a couple of things the Youth Council we didn't get to do this year around due to the stand-up election, which was an amazing process. And I overheard conversations from leadership saying, that was amazing, that was beautiful. Coming together as one family, one nation, a strong region of Ontario, one of the most diverse nations, or one of the most diverse provinces in Canada, having so many different nations, and it's very seen on this banner. We're very strong, united, but divided we fall. So I want to say Chimigwech. I've learned a lot this year, this past assembly. I want to say Chimigwech to all the chiefs that are here in the Zoom Lodge. Safe travels home. Keep up the good work. Chimigwech. Yeah.
Biwase, Joan Panashi, Leanne Stevens, Winda Jawan de Nong Bemoseon. She's a mother water walker. It's the 8th annual water walk, May 17th to June 20th, and they're now presently near Meaford. So she has joined us today, and I wanted to acknowledge her for bringing the water, the Eagle staff and the water here. Ramon?
So now we would like to invite the grandmothers for the ceremony. Oh, and Abraham Benedict. Oh, okay, I apologize. Mic 1, please. Microphone 1, please.
Buju anin wawaskone hendish nakaz atjak dodem deshkanzibi and donjba nishnabe koyendao. Yesterday, yes, witnessed the the stand-up election, and what we did was raised them up and we put that bonnet on them. And we understand that everyone is different and has their different way of doing things. We know Anishinaabe go this way and Haudenosaunee go that way. So today we wanted to honor our new ORC by going his way, reblanketing him. But also our elder and knowledge keepers talked about that bonnet. He respected the way that we have been doing things for over 50 years. And he said, I'll still do that. And but he's going to have his own community, and the Mohawks, they'll do their ceremony also. But we wanted to honor that also today. So we're going to do the reblanketing, and we're going to dance them around this way. Miigwech. Turn this on back. The ORC wanted to invite all the Gimok to come and dance with him also. Not Kinawea, everybody. We go around once, and then when we come back to the original place, then everybody joins in. They requested that the cameras keep going also. Miigwech.
Ontario, boys. Dance us out, or sing us out, sing us out. Hey, that's called singing on the third day. Rich. Yeah, go. Come on, water. So they want us grab us a round of waters. They want us to dance to it. Sing their fight song. Oh, technically, sing your fight song. Yeah.
Maple sugar, organic. Rich, Rich. Yes, you're guiding us on the right path.
All right, good job, guys. Yeah, we're not done, eh? Yeah, I gotta go. What else you guys doing? Just closing comments.
Oh, they didn't put that down. I gotta go discuss that. Just to let everyone know, we have not completed the assembly. We still have the closing remarks from Ontario Regional Chief Abram Benedict. We are just allowing an opportunity for photos. We have not closed the assembly. We will have the closing remarks, the closing prayer, and then a final song to retire the flags. So that will still be happening as soon as we're done with the photos.
Oh, that just happened.
Okay, Agotena, I would like to invite the Ontario Regional Chief up for his remarks.
Sego, good afternoon. Bonjour. I want to thank all of you for staying back. I know that today and yesterday has been something new for everyone. And I came in here yesterday as one of the chiefs of my community, and now with your support, with your belief in me, I'm leaving as the Ontario Regional Chief. Over the last 3 days, we've heard so much, had an opportunity to speak with the elders, knowledge keepers, our youth, and our grandmas. And I know that we've just conducted another ceremony, and there's been a lot of talk about the difference that is happening now and the new for everybody. And I can assure you that this is extremely new for me as well. And as I move into the mandate that you have given me, I ask that we continue to keep our minds and our hearts open as we modernize and ensure that we're respecting all of our protocols, all of the teachings, and everything that has been instilled in us by those that have come before us and by the great Creator. I want to acknowledge all of the sacred items, the drum, and I do want to say Yamagoa to our grandmas, our duras, who have provided so much guidance, and we've been working together in ensuring that what we're doing is right, respects the protocols, so that we can continue to move forward as a region. Good leadership is your leadership, and is our leadership. And that's what I will take as moving into the position in which you have instilled upon me. I want to say that there's some real key messages that I've heard. We went through the resolutions, and I know that, the end of the assemblies, we get tired, but these are extremely important. The property tax, the policing issue, which is huge, the long-term reform, and I know there's a lot tucked in each and every one of these issues. And I can tell you that as the Ontario Regional Chief will continue to work through them, we'll find ways that are going to continue to support the prosperity and growth in our communities. Some very lessons and words were spoken by the youth that have resonated with me. And I was very transparent on when we were campaigning before the election process. I was elected in my community at a very young age. And I went through serving my community. And yes, I was on the youth councils, and I support the youth. I started out as a youth. It is not easy being a young person in community. It is not easy being a young person in leadership. And so what we have heard today from the youth resonates with me. And I can tell you that everything that I have heard from our youth and from each and every one of you as community leaders will help guide me into the work that we're going to do ahead. I do want to acknowledge the staff and the organization of the Chiefs of Ontario. While I do represent all of you collectively with your mandates as the Ontario Regional Chief, as a Ungahue, we also have an organization that's extremely important to us as well, that will continue to support me and all of you in the work that we do. While I am your representative, I do also represent the Chiefs of Ontario now as the Ontario Regional Chief. and I will safeguard the organization and ensure that we're doing the work as required to support all of our nations. And the Dudas or the grandmas have said to me, great words, walk the talk. And I commit to you again that I will work hard. I will not bring disgrace upon this office. This is a great honor. Never have I ever thought when I entered into community leadership that I would be standing here amongst all of you as the Ontario Regional Chief. The work that we do, the work that you do, is a difficult job, and it can be a very thankless job. And I know that coming into this role, it will be a difficult job. There is a lot of challenges we have, but there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of opportunities that we will seize upon and explore together to ensure that our communities are prosperous, that our communities across Turtle Island and in this region are growing, we're meeting the demands and facing the challenges through our great, great challenges. I do again want to acknowledge the former Ontario Regional Chief, Glenn Hare. He's done an amazing job. Yes. He's done an amazing job over the last 3 years, and the process in which we have has acknowledged him. But I want to tell you that we've done a lot of learning. I've done a lot of learning. I've done a lot of observation and a lot of listening. We will make sure that our processes are modernized to include the outgoing regional chief every time, because they have served our communities. They have served our nations. I don't want to diminish the fact that they have sacrificed their families as well. Yes, there was some acknowledgement, but we need to make sure that our processes are in place, just like the processes are in place if another Haudenosaunee member becomes the next Ontario Regional Chief. If we are to modernize, if we are to be inclusive, as well, to ensure that two-spirited people are also acknowledged and safeguarded in these arenas, these areas. Because not only could we have another Haudenosaunee regional chief, man or woman, it could be a two-spirited person, could be a Schnabek two-spirited person. We need to make sure that the processes in these rooms, in the places that we go as leadership, the work that we do protects them, because we are leaders and we must lead by example and ensure we're protecting all of those who support us and who we represent. In closing, I want to say that, again, it's been an extremely enlightening 3 days. I have been around these tables for quite some time, as I've told you, but I want to tell you that this is the first time that I have actually witnessed, and albeit participated in being a candidate in this selection process. And that is because my election back home coincides 2 weeks different every 3 years, the same as here. And as those of you can appreciate how important it is for us to be a little bit selfish, but to be in our communities at election time. And those of you that are going into election, I want to acknowledge you as well. I know it's extremely difficult. Leadership is an extremely lonely place at times. People don't understand the sacrifice that you put in, that we put in, the sacrifice that we put in, our family puts in for us to be out serving our nations. I want you to know that I'm here to support you, and I'm also here because of your support. Let's not forget that. And you are the representatives. You represent the grassroots. I'm here to advocate for you, to assist, make sure that our regional office is doing the best that we can. So with that, Yamago, I want to thank my family who are back home, my council, my community. My phone has been blowing up from all kinds of messages of people congratulating me, saying thank you. But I want to say Yamagoa to each and every one of you. I would not be standing here without your support. So Yamagoa, miigwech, and I look forward to the next 3 years. And all of you, please get home safely. And we'll be talking to many of you very soon. You know.
Thank you, Regional Chief, and congratulations again. My name's Nathan Wright. I'm the interim CEO at Six Nations La Grande River, and just wanted to let everyone know that we had a little one open our session with the opening prayer. She's still in school because you guys finished early. So we didn't want to pull her out, but we do have Joseph Martin here to close us out in a good way and to bring our minds together. So I'd like to call on Joseph Martin to come up and give us a closing.
Sego Seva Guego, Sego Gwenya Sungats, Wax Levige, that Nuishwigan Lono, Ani Bojo, Jo Nadijnakash, Makwadodum, Nikrit Nadojaba. Hello everyone, my name is Joseph Martin. I come from Six Nations of the Grand River, and I come from Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. I was asked today to do a closing. I'm going to do a closing in the Mohawk language, followed by a short translation. Again, I want to thank everyone for the week. I want to thank the volunteers. I want to thank all of the chiefs and representatives for coming to our territory and representing your communities. I hope everyone had a great week here in Six Nations of the Grand River. Nyawa. So don't see us got nigaliwasa sok sanguha ne wahi de tino alada ne sangwa edisa ne wahi de tino alada ne gwego jit na hodo do dole la sanyo ne jihonjade jujulonto de tino alada ne ungwe su ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tino la ne ketni staha onjade tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tino la ne ganegalonyo ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tino la ne gunjok su ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tino la ne ojino wak su ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tino la ne onunkwa su ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tin la ne gakwa su ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tin la ne gahik su ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tin la ne gelhi de su da no ogule su ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tin la ne gundilio ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tin la ne jita ongu asu ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tin la ne ketni staha aso taneka galakwa ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de chidinu la ne sungwa jio njege galakwa ai tini donge ni ongwa nigula de tino lade ne ladiwela se tani donge ni ongwa nigula de tin la ne oji stokolonia ni jigalonyage tani donge ni ongwa nigula de tin la ne gaeli ni oliwelage he tani donge ni ongwa nigula de tin la ne gwego ni ongwedige he tani donge ni ongwa nigula de chidinu lade ne sangwa edisa ne sewa gate ne oya aze ni salade he tani donge ni ongwa nigula ona eto se gwego doga teno get ni goha he's an ace sokodaga da na isla swihoge da na ona eto yawa. Everyone, listen up for a short period. It's important that we give thanks to the Creator, and it's important that we give thanks to everything that's been provided on earth for us, all of the gifts of the earth. First, we give thanks to all the people of the earth, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to our mother, the earth, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to all the waters on the earth, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to all the fish life in those waters, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to all the small bug life on earth, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to the medicines on the earth, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to the food sources on earth, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to the fruit sources on earth, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to the trees and to the whips on earth, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to all the animals on the earth, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to all the bird life on earth, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to our grandmother, the moon, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to our eldest brother, the sun, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to our grandfathers, the thunder beings, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to the stars in the sky, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to the four winds in the four directions, now it's put into our mind. We give thanks to all the protectors of the earth, now it's put into our mind. And we give thanks to the Creator that we all got to see another new day, now it's put into our mind. That's it, everyone. That's the best that I can do to give thanks. If there's anything I forgot to give thanks for, you yourself fix it and give thanks for it. And we wish everyone good luck and peace and health. And that's it. Thank you. Nyawa.
So now we'll be retiring our flags. Flag carriers. No flag carriers? Oh, just the staffs. Oh, okay.
If we can have the water walker lead us out in terms of the order of closing ceremonies, we'll have the water walker lead us out, followed by the Eagle staffs, and then our Six Nations veterans, our head dancers, Amos Key and Charlene Bunbury, Also note that they are the founding members of the Six Nations Powwow. I'd like to thank them for being our head dancers. After the head dancers, we're asking all chiefs to come grab your flags and carry your flags out of the assembly. So again, that's the water walker leading us out, followed by the Eagle staffs, followed by Six Nations veterans, followed by our head dancers. In Chiefs of Ontario tradition, we're going to ask volunteers to come and grab a community flag, as many of the chiefs have already left. So first call for volunteers, please come grab your flags. Community chiefs, you're following our head dancers. We'll give you a moment to grab your flags.